Had to end at some point, right? All right. The 2022-23 New York Knicks season, what was a magic carpet ride um, for much of the last, certainly 6 months. It was a special season. It was a special season despite the way it just ended. And, you know, tonight is going to be about some different things. We're going to talk about the game, obviously. And it was a game that I don't think certainly the Knicks should not hang their heads about this game. Despite the fact that it was a frustrating game, it was a game they could have won in a series that I think most Knicks fans are going to walk away from this feeling like they could have won. Not only because of errors in execution, which are always part of it, and I think that was more the case tonight. But some meat left on the bone, and that's always the frustrating part, is when you feel like there's more you could have done. And is there more the Knicks could have done to win the series? Yeah, I think there is. We'll talk about it. But it was also a series that I think showed a few things about the growth that this team still needs to undergo. And, the fact that there is probably a change or two that needs to be made. And we'll talk about that moving forward. But before we get into any of that, there's only one place to start. And I was wearing a different shirt, and I went out and let me make sure everybody can see. That is, there he is. Him. 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 It's his new legal name. And that is Jalen Brunson. So, look, in July, early July, I remember the day. It was the afternoon. I had my different desk set up here. I was facing a different direction. I was looking forward. I remember when I think it was it Bontemps that was the first to no, it wasn't Bontemps. It was Tim McMahon, I think, was the first to tweet it out that either him or Woj that the Knicks were getting Brunson. And it had been rumored, obviously, for a few days. It felt like it was going to come to fruition. And then it came across, and it was like, okay, this is a guy they wanted. This is a guy they got. This is a guy that's really good. Good basketball player. And I thought at the time, and I said at the time, that I think anybody worrying about that it was going to be an overpay, or anybody worrying about the fact that, he wasn't the sort of guy that you want to, like, for a franchise in the position where the Knicks were, where they were kind of teetering on that edge of like, well, should we just tank, or should we kind of continue to invest in what we have and go forward? There was certainly some doubt as to whether he was good enough to warrant choosing option B, which was to, like, hey, let's go for it now. Let's see what we got here. Keep adding pieces, keep tinkering. And at the time, I mean, I love the signing. I loved Brunson, but I think I wrote beforehand, before the season started, like, I thought they were most likely a 9 seed. Maybe they get up into the upper part of the play-in bracket, and maybe if like everything broke right, they would be like a bad 6 seed, and then probably get whitewashed in the first round. And that's because I knew Brunson was good. I knew he would make an impact. I didn't really know much about what this team was going to be. A lot of things ended up going right for this team this year, for most of the year. I don't think anybody could have realized that the Knicks were getting a player of this caliber. What Jalen Brunson did tonight, in addition, obviously, to what he did 2 nights ago, and I know what did I think he sat for 3 minutes tonight. I'm assuming he sat for 3 minutes tonight after sitting for 0 minutes the other night. I mean, I'm just to, for posterity's sake, 41 points on 22 shots. I'll just say that one more time. 41 points on 22 shots. 5 of 10 from 3, 8 of 9 from the line, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 turnovers. And you could take the assist and turnovers stats and throw them right out the window, because there was nobody else for tonight, for the Knicks tonight, that was doing a blessed thing. This was Jalen Brunson versus the Miami Heat, and not in the sort of way. And I'm sure there is somebody out there thinking right now, oh man, if we had more of a pass first point guard, they would have won. I mean, listen, there's always going to be ridiculous nonsense out there. No, this was a game in which there was one person who was ready for this game tonight, and his name was Jalen Brunson, and he knew that, and I think everybody else on his team knew that, and more importantly, the Miami Heat knew that from the opening tip. They knew it full well, and they couldn't do anything to stop him. This 6'0" he could jump over a few phone books maybe. Guy that, again, I joke about it a lot, but it does bear repeating. 2 years ago, the Dallas Mavericks decided we're not, well, aside from the fact that they didn't think he could, was good enough to play in a playoff series, decided we're not going to offer him a mid-level money. And he came out tonight and he looked like he was one of the 10 most important players in the NBA. Because if you could come out and do that on a road, in an away arena, against that team that is coached they're coached better than anybody in the league, throwing all their tricks, everything at you to try to stop you. If you could do that against this team in this scenario, what can't you do? And he damn near brought him, he damn near, by the skin of his teeth, damn near dragged them. And when I say dragged, there were some lifeless bodies in what he was pulling across. And look, this is, I'm really going to try hard not to be negative tonight. There will be negativity in the air. I'm obviously, I'm going to try not to add to it. But yeah, there were some lifeless bodies in the bag that he was pulling across, trying to pull across that finish line. And he nearly did it. And I feel awful that we have a play that is certainly going to be dissected and looked at, in which, obviously the Knicks were down by 2, had a chance, tie, go up by 1 with a 3. And I'm assuming they ruled that, a turnover on Jalen Brunson. It's a shame that is the last relevant play from this game. And the reason it's a shame is, one, it's a negative play in a game where the dude did everything right. And 2, it's a play that's going to go down as his fault. It was the right play. And I thought, look, Gabe Vincent made a nice defensive play, but the reason it was the right play is because again, it's what the Knicks do. It's 2 on the ball. He got 2 on the ball. He managed to wiggle free somehow. His all-NBA power forward cut into the middle of the lane with a guy on him that he outweighed by, 80 pounds or whatever, and had 6 or 7 inches on. And he was right there, and he couldn't, Julius Randle couldn't get the ball. And, I'm sure Jalen Brunson's not going to sleep tonight thinking about that pass and whether he should have just put up the shot or whatever. The point is, it's a shame that it happened. And not for 1 second when I think about Jalen Brunson in this series and this playoffs and this season, am I going to remember that play and have that be an indictment on him, because this guy, and I know I've been going on and on about him, and there's a lot of other stuff to talk about, but it warrants it because this guy changed our franchise. Totally and completely. Jalen Brunson changed our franchise because, I all due respect to the Knicks, have some wonderful young players. They have some high ceiling, high usage guys. RJ, I know he didn't have a great game today. We'll talk about him. Julius, we'll talk about him. The culture, the front office. I still believe in the coach, despite the fact that I don't know if this was the coach's best series. Like, they have a lot of stuff going for them. This is the NBA, man. This is the National Basketball fucking Association. And in the National Basketball Association, what does it come down to? Do you have those couple of guys? And sometimes if you're one, you could have one guy, and it's enough if you put the right pieces around them. Nikola Jokic, Steph Curry being 2 examples. Most of the time, though, you need a couple of guys. But you got to start with one. And by the way, sometimes 2 isn't enough. That's why that's what makes the NBA great. Is you need, like, you can't skirt reality. You can't skirt the formula. You can't skirt what for 50, 60, whatever years it's kind of been like this, has been the way you win in the NBA. The Suns tried to skirt it this year. It flopped on its face last night. Other teams try to skirt, the Clippers tried to skirt it. In a different way, that fell on its face. But you need the ecosystem, but you also need a couple of guys. And it's really hard to get those couple of guys. And especially when you're the Knicks and you never got, before this past year, you never got that guy in free agency, even though you tried to. And you never got that guy via the draft, even though you tried to. You got a guy now. And so where do you go from here? And there's going to be a lot of uncertainty. There's going to be a lot of questions. There's going to be all kinds of different things about this next season. More important than any of it is that we got one guy that, say what you want about anything else, we have him. Just wanted to get that out of the way. And because that, and again, I know I went on for about 12 minutes about him, but that's what he deserves. That's what he deserves. As for the rest of the team and the rest of this game, look, I mean, if there's 2 stats that I'm gonna cite for why the Knicks lost this game, there's 3 stats actually. The Miami Heat, 25 assists. New York Knicks, 13 assists. Points in the paint. So easy points, right? And I know Bam Adebayo got a lot of these, so take it with a grain of salt. But Miami Heat, 38 points in the paint. Knicks, 20 points in the paint. So not a ton of easy points from the field. Got to the line. That's part of their formula. Don't discount it. And then the third stat. So Julius Randle, it is going to be a combo stat. Julius Randle, 3 of 14 from the field. for 15 points. Granted, got to the line. Give them credit for that. That's part of what they do. Got to the line 9 times. But 3 of 15 from the field, or 3 of 14 from the field is 3 of 14 from the field for 15 points, one more point than shot attempts, and 3 assists. And then RJ Barrett, 1 for 10 from the field, 11 points. Also got to the line a bunch of times, 2 assists, 1 assist, excuse me. And then if you want to throw in Quentin Grimes, because look, there was hemming and hawing and clamoring and torches and pitchforks and yada 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 and all these sorts of things about we must get Quentin Grimes in the starting lineup. Well, you got Quentin Grimes in the starting lineup for this game and the last few games, and it was a good reminder. I mean, I feel bad for the kid. He'll be fine. He's going to be a good player. He's going to be a valuable piece for the Knicks moving forward. He's going to be a big part of Knicks winning basketball moving forward. All of the things. Second round of the playoffs is second round of the playoffs. And Quentin Grimes tonight went 1 for 6 for 3 points and had a really nice play design. I thought he had a really good look from 3 from the corner there towards the end, and it didn't hit anything. And that's playoff basketball, and that's why a Tom Thibodeau is going to go with a Josh Hart in his starting lineup. Was that the right decision? Was that the wrong decision? The reality is it's an imperfect decision because of the imperfect options. And this is a young team that is and an imperfect team. And when you combine their imperfections, which we knew their imperfections going into these playoffs, they were not a good shooting team. When you combine that with the youth, and I thought they were actually pretty poised tonight for the most part, with the exception of the early third quarter where their offense got bogged down in the mud, and I'm going to get to that in a second. I thought they tried to play Knicks basketball. I mean, there was no truly egregious mistakes. I say, not fully believing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I mean, they have 12 turnovers, after having 19 turnovers the previous game. It's not great. It's not awful. But it's a young team, and that showed itself. And it's a team that, again, didn't have the shooting. And outside of Jalen Brunson tonight, the Knicks went 5 of 25 from 3. Non-Brunson players shot 20% from deep. That's not good. That sucks, especially when the vast majority of those 3-point shots were wide open threes. And the reason I cited Julius Randle's stats and RJ Barrett's stats and Quentin Grimes' stats is because the Knicks have had a formula all year. And that's why I thought it was a little disingenuous for Richard Jefferson and JJ Redick, who do a nice job. And I mean, we could all give Richard Jefferson shit. He knows, he's forgotten more about basketball than God knows I'll ever know. And to say nothing of JJ Redick, who's amazing. But for them to keep going back to the point of man, this Knicks offense is just not getting, they're not moving the ball that much and this and that. And it's a lot of just, this is what they do. This is what they do. This is what they've done all year. This is their offense. It is, we have what we feel are 4 gifted isolation players in Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle on the upper echelon of the gifted isolation. And then a notch down from that, we have RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley. One of those 4 players did not play in the last several games of the series, and he was missed. And I think there's an argument that if Emmanuel Quickley played in this game, I think there's a really good argument the Knicks would have won this game. Neither here nor there, I guess, though. But they still had RJ Barrett and Julius Randle. This is what they do. They isolate and they force teams to bring extra attention, and then they either with that extra attention, they either open up their centers to get offensive rebounds, or they kick out to open 3-point shooters, and those are the 3-point shots that they want to take. Tonight, the Knicks had 8 offensive rebounds. It's fine. It's average. It's not how they usually do business. And their offensive rebounding advantage, which was the fundamental bedrock of their offense when you go right down to it, was completely neutralized in this series. I thought Mitchell Robinson had another just, nothing burger of a game. I suppose Hardenstein was slightly better, but I have to assume Mitch is hurt, because for him to go what he was in the Cleveland series to what he is now, what he was in this series, I mean, if he's not hurt, then we have some much more uncomfortable questions to ask. Nothing burger. So that part of the Knick offense was neutralized. And then your ISO guys, your guys that we relied upon. And like, I'm giving RJ a pass, just to be very clear. I'm going to give RJ a pass. RJ's been nothing short of sensational in this postseason. Sensational. He didn't have it tonight. He was 1 of 10. He missed some good looks. He also got to the line. It happens. He's 22. He's going to be fine. He'll live. He'll learn. I'm not holding tonight against him. You had your other guy who's not 22 years old. He's 28 years old. And, I mean, he just made an All-NBA team. That means the majority of NBA media voters thought that he was one of the 15 most valuable impact players in the league this year. And in a game that was like the first to 100 would have won it, he had 3 field goals, and he took 14 shots. That's not good enough. And look, Tibbs is going to get all sorts of blame, and I imagine he will get the lion's share of the blame after this, and there will be questions about, well, we need a more creative offensive coach, because obviously the iso ball thing doesn't work in the playoffs. The iso ball thing works just fine in the playoffs if you have the right players for it. It's what every team eventually devolves to when you're in these series, and everybody knows what you're doing. You know what they're doing. It comes down to, how are you creating advantages and what are you doing with those advantages? And the Knicks have built their team in a very particular way. And one of the skill sets that they have not emphasized in building their team, unfortunately, is passing and ball movement in general. And that showed tonight, because once the ISO breaks down and once RJ and Julius aren't getting anything off of their isolation possessions, well, then the whole system kind of collapses onto itself, because the isolation is where the passes come from. And if you don't have the isolation as the foundation for the passes to jump off of, then you have no way to get easy baskets, which they didn't tonight. They didn't get anything easy, especially when on top of that issue, which it was an issue tonight, the Miami Heat are leaving Knicks shooters open left, right, and everywhere in between. And you know what those shooters did with those opportunities? They took 25 shots and they hit 5. So when you add it all up, yes, there are fucking issues. Now, what do you do with those issues? Well, again, I think your young players will get better. I think Quentin Grimes will get better. I mean, I trust next year, if Quentin Grimes is in the same situation, he's not going to go 1 for 6. I trust if RJ Barrett next year is in the same situation, he's not going to go 1 for 10. And I hope next year, Emmanuel Quickley, A, is still on this roster, B, is healthy, and C, can make more of an impact. Credit to Obi Toppin. He took 5 threes. He made 2 of them. Good job by him. Josh Hardy was 5 for 10 from the field. It's a good job by him, even though he's 1 of 4 from 3. I mean, he had that great, but that's another one. He had that great corner look late in the game. If he makes that shot, this might be a different ball game. He missed it. It's so, and then you have the center situation with, you got 2 points from Mitchell Robinson, 2 points from Isaiah Hartenstein. You run an offense where, and you saw it tonight, the difference when you have a center who could actually do some shit. Now, Bam Adebayo was awesome. He does more than some shit. He does a lot. But, that's another thing that kind of restricts you, is when you are so limited at the center position with players. Well, more Mitch. Hartenstein can do some stuff. He just really, that's not the offense they run. And that's a valid criticism, by the way. It's a valid criticism. So, yeah, look, it's an imperfect team. Like I said at the top, it's an imperfect team. They need to grow. They need to get better. Still young. But in terms of, again, in a league where it's like, okay, show me your best 2 guys or your best 3 guys, and I'll show you my best guy and my best couple of guys. I think the difference in this game was collectively, the Miami Heat have just had a little more skill around the edges in terms of passing and shooting. And even though we had this kind of 3-headed monster and they had more of a 2-headed monster because Tyler Herro didn't play in the series, their 2 heads were better than our 3 heads. Again, I mean, just quote the stats. Jimmy Butler, 7-22, but 24 points on 22 shots. Not his best game, but it's good enough. And then the big guy, Bam Adebayo, 23 points on 20 shots. Like, not great. Not great, especially when you consider their 3-point shooting around that wasn't great either. But it was good enough. It was good enough. Their 3-point, their other guys, Love 1 for 1 from 3. Vincent 1 of 5, Strus 1 of 6. Those weren't great. The shots they made, especially that Strus shot in the fourth quarter, massive. Duncan made a couple. Cody made 1. Lowry made 1. It's just enough. It was just enough when you combine it with the fact that, their big guys were able to do some stuff. And for us, one of our big guys was able to do a lot. And the others were not. So that's unfortunate. Again, not the way anybody wanted the season to end. I don't know that many people will be satisfied with this loss. The only thing I hope is, even if you are dissatisfied with the loss, and I'm dissatisfied with the loss, I didn't love how they played tonight in general. Again, that you could point to 2 stretches. You could point to the stretch at the early third quarter where their offense just got, even for them, was in the muck. And then obviously the stretch where Brunson went out of the game for 3 minutes and the Heat went on an 8-0 run. I mean, what was it, a 4-point game? 8-0 run. There's your difference. So was there a stagger there? But again, if it's a stagger, if you're trying to get Brunson some time on the bench, well, then your stagger means Randall's on the court. Well, not like Randall was doing anything tonight either. So I don't know. Was there another answer other than playing Jalen Brunson all 48 minutes again? Maybe there wasn't. Maybe that's what they needed to do to win this game. I don't know. But those are the 2 stretches that really hurt them. It's unfortunate. It's frustrating. But what I was trying to say is, I hope nobody lets this series / this game damper what should be a genuine round of applause for this team and what they've accomplished and the foundation that they've laid for what I genuinely believe will be good things in the years ahead, as long as they keep doing the right things. I think that's all I got. Andrew, did I miss anything?
Not that I could think of.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Personal injury report?
Sure.
All right. Presented by Weiss and Rosenblum. Don't forget.
That's not the right one.
If you think you have a personal injury case, call Weiss and Rosenblum today. I just want to say on a personal note, let me say their phone number, 212-366-6100. Again, 212-366-6100. Listen, if you guys dig the show, if you guys dig what we do here, write that phone number down. Again, 212-366-6100. Barry Weiss, Amy Rosenblum, they are really good people. They took a chance on advertising with us, reached out to me. They didn't need to do this. They're killing it. They're one of the most successful personal injury firms in New York. And they like what we do here. They believed in us. And Barry's a big Knicks fan, which is why he did it. So we really appreciate him being a sponsor and, Weiss and Rosenblum being a sponsor for the show for the majority of this season. If you think you might have a personal injury case, give them a call. You're not going to find better people. They'll be honest, they'll be open, they'll be forthright, and they will talk to you for absolutely free if you just want a consultation. So, and then if they take your case, won't get paid unless you do. Again, one more time, 212-366-6100, or visit weissandrosenblum.com. Prior results don't guarantee future outcomes, but go with a veteran, not a rookie, if you need an attorney. It's a shame that quickly season ended the way that it did, which is to say, not on the court. Missed the last 3 games, and now, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I wonder how it impacts their approach this offseason with him. I mean, the injury shouldn't, but the injury prevented Quick from kind of righting the ship a little bit from what was a not a great offseason before the injury, and he didn't get a chance to rectify that. Will it impact
not a great postseason? You mean
What did I say?
Offseason.
Postseason, excuse me.
Yeah.
Postseason. So, yeah, I it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting because again, we're not doing offseason talk tonight, but like, if there is discussions this summer, quickly's gonna be in demand, and yeah, I now that Brunson has solidified himself as like, okay, this is our guy. I don't know. I just wonder how that impacts their thinking. So it's unfortunate though. That's all I'll say.
You saw how much they missed them these last 2 games.
Oh yeah,
the backup point guard minutes just loom large. To your point about those, what now is officially 2 minutes 7 seconds. That was a -7.
Yeah.
Because I pointed it out that lineup was on the court at all, and I made it bigger than it was. Well, you could argue it's the margin in this game.
Oh, it's the
reason they lost the game, because I am with you that if one person showed up to help Jalen Brunson tonight, and it was Scott Foster. That stretch where you could have, this would have required Tibbs to be a lot more creative, where you bring Randall on for those 3 minutes, take Obi off. Then when you bring Brunson back on, you sit Randall.
But can
again.
I just can I jump in with that? Because I know
up?
people are going to jump all over that. Like, RJ Barrett, amazing postseason. Everybody loves him. Josh Hart, amazing player. Ended up having a really great game. Deuce McBride, how many people have been in my mentions on the Substack chat app, in our comments? Get Deuce McBride on the court. Get Deuce McBride on the court. Get Deuce McBride on the court. Left and right. Obi Toppin. I mean, the subset of this fan base was like, we need more Obi Toppin. Life, movement, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, great. Those are the 4 guys out there, along with Hardenstein, who's been the better of the 2 big men in this series. Like, that's your 5. Like, how about be better? How about be better? How about and they had opportunities in that little stretch.
But if they're not deployed correctly, then why I understand I don't want to completely exonerate them, but
okay, so then
the simple switch by Spo is just, all right, here's his own.
So the answer is get Randall in there and get Obi out, right? Well, then it becomes a Randall-centric offense, and we know what that looks like. It's Randall posting up, and it's Randall trying to get to the ball and kick out, and then it's like, okay, well, where's that getting you on a night like tonight, where nobody's making any shots and Randall's very off? Like, if
at that point Randall wasn't as off as you're saying, but I hear what you're saying. That
he ended up being off. If anything, to me, that should be your energy lineup: Deuce, energy; Obi, energy; Josh Hart, energy.
Who's the point guard?
Deuce and RJ.
So one of which has never shown to be a person who can run a second unit or any NBA unit. And RJ, do we need to talk about his ball handling and turnover issues, especially in transition?
I totally understand that. My point is, I think if you would ask a lot of Knicks fans before this game, like, hey, how do you think the Knicks would do if we get just 3 minutes? 3 minutes. Do you want to see 3 minutes of a Deuce, RJ, Obi, Josh Hart, Isaiah Hartenstein lineup? 3 minutes in the first half.
John, they would have said no.
I completely. I think that's.
They all had No, it's not that lineup.
I think it's completely revisionist history.
It's not. It was
people
exactly
been
the same
for Deuce
in specific situations.
All right, so basically your answer was put Randall in with that lineup instead of Obi. Is that your answer?
You could have Randall go into that lineup instead of Obi and run a lineup that had another offensive creator, because that's not what they had. Josh Hart is a dirty a garbage man that makes offense out of broken plays, which you appreciate him for. He's not a shooter. They couldn't break the zone, and it showed in that stretch where it was an 8-0 run in 2 minutes.
So then, if anything, you want to get Grimes in there instead of Hart. If anything, and Grimes was 1 of 6 from 3 tonight. My point is that like we could talk about that lineup as being the reason they lost the game. And
I said it's not. I said it's not.
Well,
I said it's a lineup that stood out to
not,
me as egregious. Yeah,
you're not. There are people who will point
so talk to me about it.
Okay, I'm just saying anywhere you turn, there's dead ends because nobody played well tonight except Jalen Brunson.
Sean, that's the reason why I'm not blaming that lineup. I'm allowed to bring up a criticism about the coach, though.
Oh no, it's yeah. But
that's all I'm saying. Goodness,
fine,
2 minutes of a lineup that 2 games ago I was like, what the hell are we doing? I'm allowed to point out that he left it on for 2 minutes and it didn't work.
It didn't work. And my only pushback is I think the only alternative would have made a difference tonight is just 48 more minutes of Jalen Brunson.
Yeah. That's another criticism. I'm not sure if it's even a criticism. It's the reality of the situation. I go back to my point. One person showed up for the Knicks tonight. It was Jalen Brunson.
I get why he did it because they had a lead and he felt like, okay, I could get a few minutes for my guy here. All this unit has to do is try to protect the lead, and they couldn't do that.
John, I'll go a step further. The other reason why I was like, if I'm thinking into his brain, Brunson has a second foul. Do I risk him playing an entire second half with 2 fouls? Can I get these 3 minutes so that way there's another like I understand you. There is logic to it. I thought there was a different lineup you could have put out there that wasn't so stymied offensively. It's not the reason they lost the game. There were plenty of opportunities throughout the game. How about your all-NBA all-star shows up for more than 3 field goals tonight? Like, I got smoke for everybody else. There are things we can point to for the head coach, though. And that's one of them. That's all.
For sure. It's not at the top of my list for Tibbs. There's other things that I probably have a little bit higher, but
the Jimmy double team. We're 6 games in, and the Heat shot poorly. You're right tonight. The only offense they were created was off of Jimmy double teams.
Yep.
It was so frustrating.
Yeah.
And just one correction. I agree with you. Grimes was more Quentin Grimes to create was not the answer. You're someone that loves lineup data, and the Knicks are going to end this series with a plus 12.7 in 86 minutes in the Quentin Grimes starting 5. So, I'm sorry, that's their highest used lineup and their highest used minutes, and it's their best lineup by all data. Their second best lineup is when you take Josh Hart off and you put. Hold on, their second best lineup is the one that closed game 2. Yeah, that's their second best lineup. The starting 5 we saw for 2 games or 3 games this series, and that he played the majority of the fourth quarter, minus 8.4. It was fine on offense. It was horrific on defense.
The Grimes should have been starting the whole time.
Yeah.
I think that's probably that, and the Jimmy doubles are the 2 things that Tibbs is going to have to go back and reassess.
Those are the 2 things I have for him for this series and that's it. I have significantly more smoke, which is why anybody that wants to come on here and bring up that our all NBA all-star in the biggest game of the season had 3 field goals.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you with the trust issues. Jalen Brunson should have been able to win this game with one other person showing up. One other person. And Josh Hart kind of did.
Josh Hart kind of did.
In a reserve role.
Yeah.
But not one other person showed up for Jalen Brunson tonight. Now you all know how I felt watching Melo. Okay? Getting 42 and 17 in a loss.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, I'm not going to add anything to that. You want to try to do a moment of the game?
Sure.
I don't know what.
Can we just list 3 Jalen Brunson moments and call it a day? Because I have the turning point of the game is probably his turnover, but it's just not fair to do that.
No, I'm not doing that. So I'll do the Brunson 3 out of the timeout to make it 87-84.
That's one.
We could do. He did something early in the 4th that was pretty. He did incredible things the whole time.
Did he have the only baskets in the 4th? Hold on. No, because he had a pass to Hart. That's right.
Do you want to do his pass to Hart for making 92-90?
Yeah.
We could do that. And then what's your third one?
I feel like there's he made 14 shots, so I feel like there's more throughout the game we could go to.
Well, those two were definites.
So big in the moment, end of the third quarter, a slog of a quarter to get to.
Yeah.
But he had back-to-back shots where the Heat made, the Knicks played great defense for 22 seconds, and then Lowry hit a circus shot to put them up 4. Brunson came down the court and hit a runner to neutralize any momentum that created. Then on a broken play, the next possession, the Knicks got to stop, and then there was a 50-50 ball that the Heat ended up getting to. It leads to a wide open Duncan Robinson from 3. And I'm like, damn, they're going to go into the fourth quarter down 5. Yep. JB to the rescue, creates quick offense and a heart to Hartenstein, a quick pass to Hartenstein.
Yep.
And he was so fucking good in this game. Oh my gosh.
It's insane. And that's why I spent 12 minutes talking straight about him. And
John, could have been the whole show. It could have been the whole show. This type of performance, we spent all of game 5 talking about his legend and how great that performance was.
And this is better.
It's why I'm so frustrated with the rest of the team. One other player shows up.
I know.
And we're talking about Jalen Brunson just forced a game 7 mostly by himself.
But that's, again, this front office has to go back now this summer and look at, like, okay, if we add the right guy to this dude, then we're just, then we're in contender. But how do you do it in a way where you're not the Suns, and you're not just a skeleton crew outside of your top 2?
Well, do you think they go with that approach? Like, hey, we need to upgrade the talent, or, I mean, like, it's a much more fantasy way the fan base feels about the roster, where it's like, you know what, young team, got to the second round, got much needed experience. If the right trade isn't out there, do we run it back with a team that had a 56 win pace from December 4th? Do we take the chance that Grimes another year later, RJ building off of this quickly with unfinished business in the postseason?
I don't think they'll approach the offseason with, like, we are going to make a big trade and it's just what we'll take the best trade that's on the board. I don't think they'll do that, but this is the NBA. Like, the notion that there's not going to be a whale out there this summer, I got news for you. There will be.
We know a team that's whale hunting, so.
I mean, and if you're the Knicks, it comes down to, like, okay, that's why it's a different conversation than last summer. Last summer it was, if we trade for Donovan, do we have enough left over to get the second guy? Because they weren't sure they had the first guy. Now you have a guy, and what makes it complicated is, like, he was terrible tonight, and he's been largely terrible in the playoffs through two of the last, in the 2 years he's made the playoffs. But, like, Julius Randle is still a guy. And his valuation in, like, are they open to trading him? Do they want to trade him? Do they feel better about the idea of, like, okay, if we bring in another guy and slot him down lower on the totem pole, what does that mean for him? What does that mean for RJ Barrett? Like, there's questions. Obviously, everybody in the fan base, even after a bad game from RJ tonight, is going to be like, great, ship Randle out of here, bring in an upgrade over Randle, player X, Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, there's our championship team, as long as you don't decimate the rest of the roster. I mean, it sounds incredibly easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's in actuality, it may be slightly more challenging.
Look, I am sure there is a friend of ours whose hair is red that is already begun to crunch the numbers and start preparing for
Andrew,
the future.
Can I just? This one's not going to be about the numbers.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure Jeremy's already started to think of, like, the plans for the offseason. I'm not fully there yet with
that's all well and good, and I can't wait for all of the cap or no caps to come and the whole thing. It's going to be awesome and a lot of fun. This is about who comes on the market and what do those negotiations look like? Because, Ian Begley reported a few days ago, teams checked in about Randle before the deadline, and they were told. And again, whenever Ian says something, always read between the lines. He didn't come out and say the Knicks told other teams, get the fuck out of here. We're not trading Julius Randle. That's what they said. If you read between the lines of what Ian's reporting was. So are they going to do a 180 if the opportunity comes to include Randall in a deal for a guy that they feel can be unequivocally one of the top two guys on the title team. Now, again, there's so many ifs in that statement. Whatever. We'll talk about it later, but like I think it's a big offseason for them. It's a big offseason for them. For as great as the season was and for as much as they were playing with house money, it's a big offseason for this team.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Last time.
Yeah.
Last time for 5 months, man.
I just want to say the energy tonight from the super chats, whatever your energy is, thank you. This season's been incredible. The eulogizing for the season has already started from our staff, and I just want to say up front, thank you. Just thank you. You heard me earlier trying to muster up energy off mic without realizing my mic wasn't muted. Just thank you, guys. This season's meant a lot to me personally. This playoff run, especially the last week and a half, has been very necessary. So thank you, everybody.
Amen to that. All right, let's get started. Todd Rahulik, he's been starting us off a few times, I think, recently. Let's get it going. 5 minutes into the game, and Randall already gave up a full court lob layup because he didn't hustle back. Good to see he's playing as expected. Yeah, it's tonight's not what you wanted from him, unfortunately. Todd with another one. Hashtag the RJ game. Afraid from free throws to start. We came to play. I think we came to play. They played hard. They played hard all night. Unfortunately, RJ couldn't really translate that into continued success in this game. Thanks, Todd. Huber then. Calling a win early here, so I'll drop this in prep for the post game. Why does our coach refuse to make easy decisions? Stagger the damn minutes. Well, we talked about that already. Again, there's always reasons why the coach does what he does. It is easy to criticize them if those decisions get proven to be incorrect based on the outcome. Thanks, Huber. Michael Aaron, what's going on, Michael? 8 minutes left in the fourth. We jumped ahead here. Whatever happens, we made the second round, and the second best point guard in franchise history is on our roster. Things will be all right. I like that energy. That's a good one. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate you as always. Abdoulaye Diallo, no matter what the result of this game is, I'm proud to be a Knicks fan. I think we all are. Sky's the limit. It's the middle of the fourth, by the way. We can only go up from here. I thought I didn't have a great feeling about this game. I felt good early on when they were up 14. Then the lineup that we've been talking about that was outscored without Brunson on the court. After that happened, I'm like, not feeling so great about tonight. And then but then when the flagrant happened at the end and then Brunson hit hard for that too, I was like, all right. And then they got the stop, and I was like, oh, my God, is this really going to happen? And then the turnover. So there was probably like after midway through the second quarter, there was probably like 20 seconds, I believe, they could win the game. Then they didn't. Sorry. Brian Benjamin, what's going on, Brian? It's been a great year for us. Agreed. Thank you, KFS team. John, Benji, Andrew, Claudio, DJ, XJ, Sean, Mensa, Fred, Jeremy, Tom Piccolo. Love Tom getting the shout out. We tried our best. No shame here. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't. Again, like 29 teams don't win. Either don't make the playoffs or they don't win the last game of the season. It stinks. But when you look at results like last night with Phoenix and you process that, like, this team that literally traded, forget its entire future, but like a huge part of its present and future with McCall and Cam, like lost by 30 for the second year in a row on their home court. Or not, actually, sorry, tonight. Actually, no, yeah, that was on their home court. That was in Phoenix. You know, and then you look at like Philly had a chance. They were up with 6 minutes to go, and then they completely pooped the bed down the stretch. And you go on and on and on. how the Kings got eliminated in Game 7, and how how the Cavs went down to us. I mean, Jesus, on their home floor. And you go through all of the teams and you watch a night like tonight, like, yeah, there's things to get frustrated about. There's players to get frustrated about. Get frustrated about the coach. All of it's fair game, but like, this is one especially in light of how some of these other seasons have gone down. You don't feel bad about this one. You get frustrated, you're annoyed, you want better, you want different. There's no shame. You're proud to be a Knicks fan. Richard, what's going on, Richard? If we go down, we go down, giving it all we got. We played proud, we played hard. Knicks forever. I love this. Richard, your energy is so appreciated and so valued here. Thank you. Truly. Appreciate you, man. Josso focused. Hashtag last one. I like this. We'll get this going. Proud of this team no matter what. I really do love the energy. I hope this is the energy that keeps up. I really do. I kind of need this tonight. And I know Andrew does. Thanks, Ja. Todd with another one. Okay. This series to me is an indictment of Randall. All right, I'll say this. If there's going to be some negative energy, this is where I'd be okay with it being targeted. He plays okay and we win this. He couldn't manage that. So we lose. I don't understand how he plays with. Is there another one coming? How he plays with something. So much passion and emotion, and in the biggest spots with the most on the line, he develops bonehead disease. He just needs to be gone. So Randall tonight was 3 of 14 from the field. This series, missed game 1. He was 8 of 18 for 25 points in game 2. It was a good game 2. Game 3, 4 of 15 for 10 points. Not what you want. Game 4, 8 of 13 for 20 points. We've discussed that game. I wrote it in the newsletter the next day. That was the game that proved the inverse of the Thibodeau Tibbsism, when Tibbs says you don't have to shoot well to play well. Well, Randall going 8 for 13 for 20 points proved that you could play like shit even though you shoot well. Last game, dreadful first quarter, but it came around big time rest of the game. Ended up 24 points, 7 to 13. This game, 3 of 14 for 15 points, and some of the periphery stuff was not great. So I would say Randall in this series played, out of 5 games that he actually played, he played maybe a game and a half that were good. Out of 5. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for one of your top 2 guys. It's just not. Jesse M. RJ and Julia's complete no-show with their season on the line. I haven't felt this demoralized in a long time. Well, I'm sorry about that. You probably haven't been around very long. Take it from a Knicks fan that has been around for a while, as some of our commenters have already kind of said. I've stared demoralized in the face, and it don't look like this. Thanks, Jesse. Ant C. What's going on, Ant? Sad to see the season end. This is going to be sad. I lost my dad unexpectedly in April, and our shared love of the Knicks and KFS helped. Man, Jesus. Thank you, John, for everything. He admired you being a... He admired you being a teacher, dad, and doing KFS. Let's go Knicks 2024. Okay. Thank you, Ant, for that comment. I appreciate it. Sorry for your loss. And just thank you. I'm happy that I played some small role in helping you enjoy your time with your dad. Yeah. Thank you. Ah, here he is, Robert Cross. Listen, you called it, man. 53. It's your boy John and the legend of GMAC. Thank you for everything this season. Love you both, KFS community and this team. Hashtag 53 wins. May it live on in perpetuity. Hamdy, what's going on, Hamdy? Hamdy M. Hey, John, nothing but love for Brunson. He gave it everything. Unfortunately, no help. Oh, God. He's so good. I mean, at the very, they know what they have now. Not that they didn't know what they have, but they really know what they have now. Talk about having a guy. Hush Zoo, feelings aside to this tragic ending, I forgot to wish you, J Mac, a happy birthday. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you guys at KFS for these great post games all season. It's our pleasure. It's my pleasure. It's Andrew's pleasure. When I'm not here, whoever's filling in for me, it's their pleasure. We love doing what we do. We're lucky that people enjoy it and get to watch it. Thanks, Hush. Sam Garcia, send Randall and RJ to Siberia. No. We're not. Look, not a good postseason for RJ for Julius Randle. Even with this game, I want to be very clear. Even with this game, this is a really good postseason for RJ Barrett. Unfortunately, I think I jinxed him because I included a stat in today's newsletter that he was going into tonight, one of 34 players in the history of the league. Let me say that again. One of 34 players in the history of the league to score over 200 points in a single postseason while averaging at least 20 points at the age of 22 or under. Say that again. 22 or under, average at least 20 points, which he was going into tonight, and then score at least 200 total points. Only 33 guys in the history of the league had done that. RJ was set to make it 34, and I think tonight, because he got, what did he end up with? He ended up with 11 points. I think it took his postseason average down below 20, so he falls just short of that threshold, which, maybe he was right. I'm not holding it against RJ. Wasn't a great game. Randall is more of a concern for me. Thanks, Sam. Ryan Wong, what's going on, Ryan? Lots of analysis will happen tonight. Well, not so far, which I can't say I mind very much. But let's not forget, Jalen Brunson just outplayed Jimmy Butler in a playoff series. Him is our star. Thank you, KFS, for another amazing season. Special shout out to Benji and the Casuals. Shout out to the Casual crew, and I'll take this opportunity just to shout out just the entire Knicks Film School family and team. These guys work so hard. I can't even tell you how lucky I feel, and I speak on behalf of Andrew too, to have the team that we do here. It's a community because of the team, and obviously all of you, but especially the team that we have here. So just an incredible job, beyond incredible. I can't say enough. By the way, as far as Jalen Brunson outplaying Jimmy Butler in the playoffs, Jimmy Butler, as of right now, still is averaging more points than Jimmy Butler's averaging, more points than Jalen Brunson in the playoffs at the moment. Jalen Brunson is 9th in the playoffs in scoring after this game. Brunson put up 27.8 points per game in these playoffs on 47.4% shooting overall and 32.5% shooting from three. The 3-point percentage doesn't sound great, but when you compare it to when you consider the fact this is the postseason, percentages go down. Quite respectable. And just here are the guys who average more points in the postseason than Jalen Brunson: Kevin Durant, Trae Young, Steph Curry, Nikola Jokic, Jimmy Butler, Anthony Edwards, Devin Booker, and Kawhi Leonard. And by the way, Kawhi, Anthony Edwards, and Trae Young only played 2, 5, and 6 games respectively. None of those guys made it out of the first round. So in terms of the guys that made it to the second round of the playoffs that averaged more points than than Jalen Brunson, Devin Booker, Jimmy Butler, Nikola Jokic, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant. MVP, 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 and then Jimmy Butler and Devin Booker, who are the co-MVPs of the playoffs thus far, arguably, along with Jokic. That's the company this fucking guy's in. You shake your head. Haitian, what's going on, Haitian? Great to hear from you, my man. Tough night. I expect us to be busy this summer, as do I, man. As do I. They gave it their all. We will be back. So proud of my team. Awesome to hear that. Thank you, KFS, for a great year. Let's go Knicks. I really did need this energy tonight. I don't know if you guys could feel that I needed this energy, but I did need this energy. Appreciate you, Haitian. Appreciate all of your really thoughtful comments throughout the year. Truly. They were needed. Playoff Rose Israel should have kept Rose in the rotation to help Jalen Brunson. I mean, look, you lose a playoff series, anything's on the table. Was Derrick Rose the answer in this one? I don't know about that. Kevin Levitt, lots to talk about who should go, but I'm proud of this team. Totally. Miami's a dirty team, though, and I hate them. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this right now. We're over an hour in. So waited long enough. Congrats to the Miami Heat. This is their third conference finals in the last 4 years. Let me say that again. So Miami Heat's third conference finals in the last 4 years. I understand they were the 8th seed. I understand we had their number during the year. I understand, again, as I said at the top, we probably could have beaten this team. I think we could have beaten this team. Is there another team to have made 3 conference finals in the last 3 years? As of right now, maybe, I guess, if Boston...
Yes, Boston. If they be a rematch.
Hold on. Boston in the bubble lost in the second round to Toronto, right?
They lost in the conference finals to the Heat. That's the Bam block.
That's right. So if Boston makes the conference finals this year, they will join Miami as a 3-time conference finals. But that's it, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So Miami, as of now,
the Warriors didn't. Okay, no, the Warriors because the year that
they didn't do it in 2 years.
The year that they were the second pick of the draft, and they missed the playoffs.
And then playing. Yeah. So as of right now, the Miami Heat are the only NBA team or the only team in the league to have made the conference finals in 3 of the last 4 years. So let's give. They are a dirty as fuck team.
They are,
and
I think it's on purpose.
It is on purpose, and they practice it and they hone it, and they hone it in ways that probably we don't even know the half of. That said, I don't think that's why the Knicks lost tonight.
One player showed up. Yeah.
But congrats to Miami. They're a great organization. I don't know what else to say. Hush Zoo won't write anything emotional about Randall, but I've forgiven all of his antics. But I'd really like him off this team next season. It's time to move on. I started writing my 5 questions piece for the offseason last week. Because I had not because I was doubting that they would win the series. I just had some extra time, and I am very much trying to take some time away for a week. And so I wanted to try to pre-write as much as I could. And I started writing my 5 questions piece. And I think the top 2 questions for this summer are going to be very clear. And they are absolutely joined at the hip. What is the Knicks? I don't want to give away my title because I'm really proud of it. But what is the Knicks' appetite to trade for star? And I don't mean that in the sense of I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of anything other than this, which is a very silly example because it's not going to happen. But if Devin Booker becomes available, there is no question the Knicks are going to trade for Devin Booker and give up whatever they need to get Devin Booker. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if there is a more of a an in between level player, whether it be an older player with some injury concerns or maybe a slightly younger player that is not a no doubt about it top 2 player on a championship team caliber player. How aggressive are they in going after that player? That's question number 1. And number 2 is essentially in that scenario, what is their preference? Like that's honestly, if I could ask Leon Rose one question, if I could give him truth serum, I just thought of the scene from True Lies where Jamie Lee Curtis, she doesn't give him the truth serum. Someone else gives him the truth serum, but Jamie Lee Curtis takes advantage of it and asks him several questions. So if I could be Jamie Lee Curtis, and in this scenario, Leon Rose would be Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't think he has quite that physique, but let's just go with it. If I could ask Leon Rose one question, I would ask him easily, with zero hesitation, out of RJ Barrett and Julius Randle, who do you want to keep? And the reason it's an unfair question is like different, whatever teams the Knicks may wind up trading or discussing trades with this summer, those teams are going to value those players differently. And, if it comes down to like, well, we could give up this guy, but when we need to pick up an extra, put in an extra first-round draft pick or 2 extra first-round draft picks or whatever the case may be. It could come down to positional, the player we're trying to trade for, like it's going to leave us without a power forward on the roster. So we don't want to put it right. Like there's all kinds of questions, but because Knicks fans, us right now sitting here today, there's no question. Keep RJ, trade Randall. For most of us, I would say it's probably 20-25% of the fan base that maybe would keep Randall. But for the most part, it's trade Randall, keep RJ. I wonder if Leon Rose feels the same way. And that's the question that I would ask him. I wonder what the answer would be. Kevin Danishevsky, what's going on, my man? I'm so grateful we get to watch Brunson for the next 10 years. I hope so. And that's the other thing about like why, you love this regime. This regime got Brunson. So you want them to stay because you don't want Brunson to go anywhere. He's everything we could have wanted and more. Hell of a year. Cheers to John at KFS. Thank you, Kevin. Cheers to you, man. You're a member of the family. You know that. Dan Hidalgo, a fantastic season, a fantastic effort the last 2 games. Completely agree. We could fault all kinds of things. Can't fault the effort. Playoff regression from Grimes and Quick, that was the difference. Unlike that clown Stephen A, we will go down with the ship. Knicks for life. Man, I don't even have the energy for Stephen A rant right now. I want to do one. You
don't have to. Right,
Andrew,
we're here. Go ahead.
The fact that ESPN gets to profit off of the fallacy that this person gives a flying fuck about the Knicks, to say nothing of the fact that because of the age we live in with social media and the proliferation of takes and the people who are in front of the camera and the unavoidability of the takes, the fact that this person's opinions, which are less relevant than the fucking shit stain on a white pair of underwear, that these things matter and people pay attention to them, and that real Knicks fans are made to feel bad about the nonsense that comes out of this person's mouth, is abhorrent to me. And God bless Stephen A. Smith. He got that money, and I don't fault him for that one bit. But that we live in a society where he is paid that much money because the powers that be knows that he is worth that much money, because the takes that he makes will be consumed and valued to the point where it will drive viewership. That is abhorrent to me. And I just wish everybody could fucking ignore him and he could go back to the respectable job that he came up with in the newspaper business, where he was actually quite good. Now we can move on.
Dan, that wasn't directed at you. That was 100% directed at Stephen A. Smith. And
Oh my God.
I co-sign all of it. Mensa at halftime was like, Stephen A. is getting me pissed, calling RJ this. And all of us collectively were like, your first mistake was what? And he was like, you're right. I'm watching Stephen A. That's my bad. I'll go get a drink or something. And I was like,
mouse fart in the wind is more relevant than anything that comes out of this man's mouth.
I put the Mets on at halftime, and that was a better decision than tuning in for what Stephen A. Smith had to say at halftime with his basketball game. The whole NBA should be on TNT. Barkley and Shaq and Kenny are both entertainers, and they've played the game, so you can get their perspective. So sometimes they do stumble their way into like a good basketball conversation based on their experiences, but they're entertaining when they clearly know when to put on a show, and you're able to differentiate.
I want to jump in there.
The
there is an understanding that Charles in particular, and certainly Shaq is extremely, but even Charles, that they are cavalier. It is okay to be cavalier if you are not trying to purport yourself to be something other than cavalier in your takes. That's fine. It's understood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on.
I'm really sorry for that. There's nothing that gets me more angry than where we are. I don't even blame him. He's getting the money. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't get the money? Kevin Wilson. I had so much fun watching this team, and KFS made it that much more enjoyable. Thanks for all the content. You're very welcome, Kevin. Thank you. Roger Fortune, absolutely heartbroken. Thank you, Jalen Brunson, and thank you, KFS. Listen, I hear that. I hear that. I want to honor that and respect it. And I'm certainly not going to tell you that you don't have business feeling the way you're feeling. What I will tell you is myself. I'm not going to tell you anything. Myself, I am reserving my heartbreak for when we have a team that could win the championship and we lose to a team that I feel that we could have beaten with the team that I think could have won the championship. That's all I'll say. Oh my goodness. Deadwords 604. Thank you. Before I get on with my ridiculous hot takes and overreactions, thank you, KFS, for making the fun season even more enjoyable than it should have been. Come on, man. It was going to be fun regardless. We're just lucky to have everybody here with us to make it more fun for us. You guys make it all the more sweeter in the good times and soften the blow in the bad times. Thank you. Got to find new ways to say thank you. This doesn't feel like it's enough, but thank you. TJ2K, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. Love you all, KFS. Oh, man, that's the comment of the night so far. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. The 99 season is far and away the season that I have the most lasting good feelings from. And it's so funny because the season sucked ass. The season was terrible. The regular season was terrible. It was awful. It wasn't fun at all. But the postseason obviously made up for it. But and that has so many warm feelings for me. And I think this season is going to trail only that moving forward. In terms of looking back and being like, man, that was a lot of fun. Thank you, TJ2K. Appreciate you. Dan Hidalgo with another one. Thank you, John and KFS. The future is brightest. It's been in 2 decades. Much love to everyone. Bummed out right now. Proud to be a Knicks fan. But can't say it any better than that, Dan. I got nothing to add. That's great. It's really well said. Robert Cross with another one. I will give nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, to the Miami Heat Dirty play and a bunch of garbage. City will sink in the ocean. Hashtag 53 wins. They continue to be an embarrassment. The fan base continues to be an embarrassment to the league. In terms of dirty play, yeah, obviously. But they study it. They study it. They practice it. And, like, I just put myself in, like, if I was a fan of them, how would I feel? I would be proud that my team is doing everything they could to win basketball games. Now, that's me. You if you feel differently, I won't blame you. But I know that once upon a time, I looked at Pat Riley as, my Lord and Savior because we played a brand of defense that got the league to, one, hand the championship to the Houston Rockets in the 1994 finals, and then after that, changed the rules of basketball. So I guess the part that's bothersome and annoying is that the Heat continue to get away with what they continue to get away from or get away with, and there's no repercussions. That's the annoying part. But blame the league. I don't blame the Heat. Hamdy M. Again, thank you, Hamdy, so much. You've been, incredibly during the playoff run, or especially during the playoff run. And this is the last post game. Thank you for all the long nights. Behind every great man is a great woman. So thank you to your wife. And, of course, the legend of GMAC. GMAC is him. GMAC is him. And my wife, Dolores Cusmano Macri, is her. I just want, can I just say one more time? Here, you know what? If you're watching now, if you're listening tomorrow, what the hell is her? Andrew, can I just ask everybody for a quick favor?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What's the favor?
I should know my wife's Twitter handle. Do you know Dolores' Twitter handle?
Oh, it's like D Coos something.
Is it D Cousy?
Yeah, D Cousy Mac.
How do you spell that?
DEEC. I'm going to put it on the screen.
Yeah, put it on the screen. Here's what I'm going to ask everybody to do. If you're watching this, if you're listening to this, if you appreciate what we do at Knicks Film School, there we go. It's at DEE, the letters DEE, Kuzzi, CUZZI, MAC. Tag her in a tweet, DM her, and just be like, thank you. If I told you the lengths that my wife went through on a literally daily basis and look, we're incredibly lucky at Knicks Film School. Like, this has turned into something that can help us support our families. And, like, we're the luckiest people in the world that we get to do that for talking about this team that we love and dealing with this team that they love. But, like, it is stressful and it takes a toll on our families. And I definitely speak for Andrew. So yeah, if you'd be doing me a solid. Again, it's at DEE CUZZI MAC. Give her a thank you. Because I couldn't do this if I didn't have a supportive wife. So that's all that there is to it. Thank you.
Cosign.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Continuing.
1 second. The chat jumped on me.
You know why? You know why we lost tonight?
Why?
Because Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy were not on the call.
Is that why they lost the series?
Yes.
Okay.
Did they get one fucking game with Breen?
Game 1, yeah.
Game 1.
I blame LeBron and Steph Curry for being matched up against each other.
I know, but like,
and for what it's worth, I actually really like Ryan Ruocco, JJ Redick, and the other guy.
I like them. I didn't care. I don't like them on our games. I'll just be honest.
Fair enough. Be honest.
Personal preference.
It's all we can ask for.
Yeah. All right, Jesse D. What's going on, Jesse? Let's limit the overreactions, please. Agreed. Grateful for all of you at KFS. Thank you. Thank you. John, Andrew, Jeremy, Benji, XJ, Mensa, DJ. Started tuning in during tough times and COVID in 2020 and haven't looked back. Has changed how I follow this team. Man, again, I honored beyond belief. to be a part of a team a group, KFS, that makes you feel that way. So thank you. And yes, let's limit the overreactions. Matt Zaluki, what's going on, Matt? For years, I watched the playoffs and saw a level of play I didn't recognize. Finally, we belong. Tonight stings, but our future is bright. Thanks for all you guys do. Glad to be part of the KFS group. Well, we're glad you're here, Matt. Thank you for being aboard. I'm so happy about that comment because it makes me think. It's funny because the playoffs are messy, right? And they're so I keep going back to it, and I don't want to sound like an apologist for the team, but I'm thinking about how literally every series or every team, maybe I guess with the exception in the postseason so far of Mike Malone in Denver, and I guess Spo with Miami. In fairness, every series has had a team or or rather a fan base like complaining about their coach because they're like, we could be doing more of this or more of that, and then you watch the games and you're like, and it's this fan base and that fan base, like you know, you listen to the national podcast and like, my God, how did this team lose that game and this team lose that game and left and right and back and forth? It's messy. It's right. It's messy, but at the same time, I do think you know it when you see a team that belongs, even amidst the messiness. And again, the Knicks, like, you know, when did the turnover happen? With about a minute to go, right? Under a minute to go, and that was a 2-point. I mean, we can't. We were, you know, we were a possession away, right, from taking this to a game 7. Like we belonged here. To say nothing of the fact that we vanquished Cleveland in the first round, and then we took this to 6 games. Again, I know it was an 8 seed, but we belonged here, and they have improvements to make, and the whole thing. I get it, but man, yes, Matt, yes, we belong with this, and we'll be back as long as Jalen Brunson's on this team. We'll be back. Thank you for that. Next up.
1 second. The chat's jumping again.
Everybody's jumping on you. That's all right. It gives me a chance to look up and see the 7-seeded Los Angeles Lakers up by 16 points on the 6-seeded Golden State Warriors.
16?
64-50 as I have it. As
the
crow flies.
I honestly haven't turned the game on yet. So.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Just going to put a random one up. You're good. Read this one.
Matty Heads, hell of a season. Plenty of work to be done in the offseason. But tonight we celebrate that we have a bona fide superstar. Yes, in Jalen Brunson. We building, hashtag we will be back. I like that hashtag. Let's get that going. Plenty of work in the offseason. I don't know if there's plenty of work. I think it has to be the right work. There's a 9-man rotation. If you put a gun to my head right now and you said how many pieces, let me put it this way. If you gave me an over-under on how many players from the current rotation would be moved before next season, I put the over-under at 2.5. That would be my over-under. And it probably sounds a little high, but there's going to be moves to be made in the offseason because there's going to be a lot of teams out there that are unhappy with their current situation. And when you factor in the CBA part of it, where now tax implications are going to be part of teams, how they build, I think this genuinely has a chance to be one of the most fascinating off seasons in league history. To say nothing of the fact that whoever wins the championship, doesn't matter who it is, whoever wins the championship, there's going to be about 10 other teams that are going to look at the team that wins the championship, and they're going to be like, well, shit, if they can win the championship, then we can win the championship next year. And 10 may be low. So there's going to be a lot of movement this offseason. And sorry, last thing on that. I don't see a super team happening this offseason. So it's not like other teams are going to take or be like teams were during the Durant and Steph Warriors, where teams were just like punting for a few years because they're like, well, we're not beating that team anyway. I don't think we're going to see that happen. So I think it's going to be an interesting offseason. Thanks, Matty Heads.
Did we read this one already?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then I'm officially caught up.
Great.
Apologies. Getting everybody to go follow your wife and thank your wife was a good idea. And then the chat jumped on me to the very end, so we're good. We're now officially caught up though.
Alfie Greco, what's going on, Alfie? Extremely tough loss, but hard not to feel good about the future. Now is the time to be proud of the team, not to point fingers, single players out. I really do love the energy, and again, I don't want to single players out, and I don't think any player should be singled out for tonight. Yes, certain players had bad games, very bad games, but stakes are high. It's tough. Very few people are built for this stage. And give credit to Miami and give credit to Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. By the way, neither of them had like amazing. But I would say Bam had close to an amazing game, But the tough part is that Jimmy wasn't healthy this series. Still lost. Yeah. Okay. Juanon, what's going on, Juanon? How are you, my man? 53 wins exactly. Robert Cross is a prophet. Don't let it go to his head. Like an orange and blue Edward Case. I don't know who that is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm too upset to process this loss right now. I'm sorry. I just want to thank you and the KFS family and wish everyone love. This stinks, but we fought. Yeah, I hear that. I don't know. I'm obviously upset. I'm upset, but I don't know. Something about this series. This series crystallized for me that they're not there yet. And I think that was crystallized enough for me by this game and by even after the Game 5 win, it didn't change in my mind. And it was crystallized for me like watching this game. And so by the time the game ended, I mean, my heart just dropped out of my chest with the turnover. Oh God. Other than that, though, like this was just kind of a lot of acceptance, and we got to get better. Brian Valderrama, what's going on, Brian? Is this the last time we see RJ in a Knicks uniform? I am making noises because I don't know the answer. If Andrew, even odds on this, or
you're right to pause because I have no idea what the calculation is now after this postseason.
Well, let's just take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
Good news. He's their best trade asset.
Yeah.
Because even if there are teams out there that view, let's say there are still teams out there that view Quickly as a better prospect, which I might not be crazy.
I got to be honest, Quickly, now that you think about it, is the salary portion of it makes it interesting. But
here's the thing. Quickly's getting paid.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah.
You're saving for a year, but then you're paying. So, and you got RJ next 4 years, no player option, next 4 years, $100 million with what he did in this postseason. That's not bad. So his best trade asset.
Available trade asset.
Yes, available trade asset.
There's a point guard that's got a descending contract that you could probably trade for Giannis. I'm not even having that conversation.
Who says no? New York.
Yeah. Who played tonight?
Yeah. Who scored 41 points tonight? I
think even odds is right. You'd probably get like plus 102 or even minus 102.
I'll be hopeful. I'll say yes. No, sorry, no. I'll say no. This is not the last time. I'll say no. This is not the last time we see RJ in a Knicks uniform. With the absolute 100% caveat that without question there are trades that they would send RJ Barrett out in and feel totally comfortable with it.
He's no longer salary filler. That's been the best thing you could say about what he's done this postseason is now because of this postseason. It's why I didn't say it yet publicly, but man alive, the comp from the last post game where somebody said that Eli's first 4 years and RJ Barrett's first 4 years, like we were talking in their group chat this week, like the comp is so perfect. It's so perfect. It didn't end obviously the same way Eli's fourth postseason ended, but the way Eli's postseason success just completely flipped the script on his reputation. I gotta be honest, I feel like that's now the same for RJ. Despite how bad he was tonight, he has like 8 straight games before that where I was like, is RJ our second best player?
He'll learn from this.
Yes.
And he'll get better. Rob DeLuzma. Happy birthday, Jam. Thank you. Thank you, our man Andrew and Ben, for making my Knicks season great. Much love. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate your generosity all season long. Appreciate your participation here, and thank you. Yeah, Lee. What's going on, yeah? Is it weird for me to feel good tonight? We fought our heart out, have championship pieces, and about to even out an uneven roster. I see hope. That's not weird at all. I think no, it's not weird. It's they have pieces. Like pieces that they're going to keep, right? That are part of the core, right? That's great. They have Brunson. Okay, great. They have all their draft picks and all their assets. Great. Salary flexibility. Great. Good outgoing or easy outgoing money. Fournier, Rose if they need. Great. All of it's great. But you're right. It's a roster that needs some tinkering. And you can argue that there's an obvious tinker or two. And you could also argue that it is going to take a really deft touch to finagle things. And to say nothing of the fact, obviously, it will depend on the market and what hits the marketplace. And that's the part where it's like, you just kind of have to, keep your fingers crossed to a certain extent. But no, I don't feel bad. I'm disappointed. It sucks. The Knicks are done playing basketball, which hasn't really hit me yet because I just didn't think this team would ever stop playing because that's been the kind of season it is. But yeah. Busy, what's going on? It could be worse. We could have went out like the Suns. Yep. Or any other number of teams in the playoffs. Great season. Wish we would have moved Randall to center sooner when we started struggling on offense. Listen. That's fair. That's fair. They struggled to score so much tonight, but at the same time, they also defended really well tonight. So, JBRI. I'd have rather that last play gone any other way because that dude will be thinking about that turnover till October, and he doesn't deserve that. You're damn skippy about that. Amazing season, my favorite since '99. Same here. Thanks for everything, KFS. Hashtag let's fucking go Knicks. It'll drive him. It'll drive him so much. I just hope he knows. Like, if anybody, here, I'm going to make my second plea. My first plea was to go tag my wife and say thank you for her work this season. My second plea is if you are watching this and you like know Jalen Brunson or know somebody who knows Jalen Brunson, just convey to him this is the most rabid fan base in professional sports. And I think he knows that after having been here for a year now. And having been around the organization at, other times in his life. There's no more passionate group of fans. And you have our undying love for life because of everything that you put into this game and this season, and just thank you. And we don't hold that turnover against you, not one bit. That's all. That's all I want to. Okay. Someone get that message to Jalen Brunson, please. Kyle Korth, what's going on, Kyle? Tough way to end the year. Agreed. But I had a lot of fun watching the Knicks in 2023. The future is bright. In Brunson, we trust. Thanks, KFS. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kyle. Thank you. Frank Miranda. What's up, Mike? It's your boy Frank for Patreon. Tibbs sitting both Randall and Brunson to start the second in non-Butler minutes was ridiculous. We had a 7-point lead evaporate in seconds. JR and RJ, one has to go. RJ may be easier to move. Yeah, we talked about that already. I think there are arguments for both sides. It did not work out. And Tibbs is going to have to, he'll wonder about it for sure. Charlie Boy Third. What's going on, Charlie Boy Third? Hey, John. This one hurt. No disagreement. No one showed up except Brunson, the coach included. Oof. At least we know we have one stud to build around. Thank you, KFS, for a fun season. Listen, I'll listen. I'll use this as an opportunity to give my little thing on Tibbs. This franchise was in the wilderness. The absolute wilderness 3 years ago. And Leon Rose came aboard, and Leon Rose hired some good people. And, they've brought in some good players. There have been good players here before. And there have been smart basketball people here running the show before. This coach is not perfect. He has tendencies that, while they contribute to his strengths, also contribute to his weaknesses. And can anybody sit here right now and be like, oh, yeah, you could definitely win a championship with Tibbs as your coach? I don't think so. It's like, if he does, he does. But until he does, I don't think, unlike some coaches who you're like, yeah, that coach could definitely win a championship. There's doubt, there's doubt. And it's valid doubt, right? It's valid doubt. I'm not going to try to sit here and tell anybody that their concerns about Tibbs are unfounded or crazy. The only thing I want to make sure we get straight is that this franchise has hired Hall of Fame coach after Hall of Fame coach over the years, 20 plus years. None of them have done a blessed thing with this franchise. One floundering more than the next. So, your criticism, yours, everybody else's criticisms of Tibbs, totally valid. But, before you go out of your way to point out, oh, obviously this thing could have been done differently, or this thing could have been done differently, and like so cavalierly. Let's just take a step back and just recognize the fact that how much of what they've accomplished over the last 3 years, 2 of the last 3 years, whatever, is just because this is the guy steering the ship. For all of his faults, and he has faults, and also just again to the obvious thing that I always go back to is like recognize that there is an unknown to aspect to this. We're not there. We're not behind the scenes. That's all. Just want to throw that out there. Mike Jameson, what's going on, Mike? This hurts. Best team of my lifetime. Oof. I hope it gets better, even better next year. JB deserved this win. Yes. I feel for RJ after an incredible playoff run. I agree. I not the way he wanted to end it. And the all NBA player needed to show up. Thank you, John. You're very welcome, Mike. Appreciate you. Hushzu. Randall shows a lack of poise and mental stability and effort. The Brunson run should be the green light for the Knicks to go all in on somebody. If they have an opportunity to go all in on the right guy, they'll do it without. It doesn't matter who they have. I mean, they're not giving up Brunson, but like if the right guy becomes available, and like I don't know how many right guys are even potentially going to become available this summer. I don't want to tell Knicks fans how to root on Sunday, but like, I don't know, maybe rooting for Boston wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. They'll go all in if it's the right guy, but it's probably going to be unlikely that it's going to be a no doubt about it. It's probably going to be more like a, should we go all in for this guy? Should we go all in for this guy or should we not? We'll see. Joseph J. What's going on, Joseph? Question for all of you on KFS. Have we seen Tibbs' ceiling as a coach? Offensive and defensive philosophy are considered? If so, what's your move as a front office? I mean, the notion that we should be questioning the coach as like, should he be the coach next year, I think is silly.
So I will answer the question and say that I have no idea if we reach a ceiling as a head coach. I don't think if you're the front office, you can look at one bad series against a coach he has historically struggled against and say he should lose his job, or you have reached his ceiling. I do think there are some flaws that were highlighted by a coach he has usually struggled against. I also think his all-NBA player did not show up for largely the entire series outside of a good game 2 and a good 2 quarters in game 5, which is then tough to put on the head coach. So until they trade for the superstar when it's like finals or bust, I think I'm fine with the floor being what Tibbs provides. So Joseph, I don't think the front office is doing anything with Tibbs and his ceilings.
3 things. 1, you can always fire the coach. There's always time to fire the coach and hire the new coach. Actually, 4 things. 2, Johnny Bryant's name has not come up once in any of these coaching openings in terms of interviews. No one's clamoring to get Johnny Bryant. Johnny Bryant's not going anywhere. If you're someone out there who thinks Johnny Bryant is God's gift to coaching, he'll still be God's gift to coaching next season as an associate head coach on the Knicks. Number 3, if the Knicks ever fired Tom Thibodeau this summer, they would get pilloried to a degree that I cannot possibly fathom around the NBA community. And number 4, it doesn't mean that would be the wrong move. So, like, Johnny Bryant could be Eric Spoelstra for all we know. We don't know. It could be the right move. It's not a move that they should make this summer, and it's not a move that they will make this summer.
Agreed. I don't think Joseph was asking about Johnny Bryant, nor was he.
I know, but that's the guy who a lot of Knicks fans.
But talk to me and Joseph. Not a lot of Knicks fans. Like, we're having a conversation. We're answering Joseph's question. He just wants to know, like, how did we see his ceiling? I'd like just to point out he's just like historically struggled against Spo. This is the first time in the 3 times against Spo that he actually got a series to 6 games. So the spin zone you should have, Mac, he's actually progressing. He got to a 6th game against Eric Spoelstra. And I just want to throw this out there. We're going to see in the next series, whoever it is that the Heat are playing against, If talent really does matter the most, because then if the Heat are going to have Jimmy Butler, and then the other team is going to have the two best players before we get to Bam. But if coaching actually matters, I think he's a better coach than Doc Rivers. Good Lord, think he's a better coach than Joe Mazzulla. And there's a chance he could coach circles around both of them to a less of a degree where it's close, like it was with Tibbs.
Bam. Listen, we haven't said it. I don't know if we said it explicitly. Bam's the reason the Heat won tonight.
Oh, yeah. He was outstanding tonight.
I mean, he just made so many tough shots that, like, which is, again, if, you know, save a little smoke. If people are having smoke tonight, save a little smoke for Mitch. It was not good. I have a question from our buddy Connor, formerly. Right now, Connor he still covers the Jets, right?
Yes, he does. He covers both teams, really. He's like he's like the Bagley of football for SNY.
There you go. So he puts in his own question. Well, he's not sure who the no doubt guy to target is. Who are the guys you think that they could target? I mean, it's the obvious names. It's the names we've heard. It's Karl Anthony Towns. It's Zach LaVine.
Joel Embiid.
That's a no doubt about it guy. You want to throw a Bradley Beal in there. I don't really see them going in that direction. The one that I keep going back to, and I've gone back to since the middle of the season, is if the Clippers decide to shake things up, and if they make one or both of those guys available, that's interesting to me. What they would do. It's interesting to me in this sense. What would the Knicks do if one or both of those guys was made available?
Paul George or Kawhi Leonard?
Either one.
I think Tibbs would put a noose in the Garden if he had to coach a player that needed load management. But I mean, it kind of depends on the price. That accelerates your clock if you trade for a veteran in his 30s. That I'm not sure how much it raises your ceiling. I'm curious, what's the trade? Is RJ the piece going out, or is Randall the piece going out?
We don't know. We don't know.
I can't. This may be famous last. I just rather run it back. I don't think either of them health wise. I don't think either of them. You could count on them to help raise your ceiling to where this would.
To be clear, run it back would be the preferred option over several of the names that I just mentioned, if not all of the names I just.
But what the front office might do?
That's the question.
I guess it depends on. I do wonder where the Heat go from here. Like, if they make the finals and make it to 7 games, can the Knicks hang their hat on, like, well, we lost to a team that made it to Game 7 of the NBA Finals and played them tough. I don't think they will, but can they, as far as like optics is concerned?
I'll go a step further. I think that the front office will not care one iota how far the Heat eventually go. I think they're going to look at the series and they're going to look in the mirror and they're going to say, okay, we have to improve. So yeah, that's all. What?
My computer froze for a second, so I was just like playing along. Like I saw a black screen and nothing else. So we'll go back.
Also, I'm curious what New Orleans does or does not do this summer. That's the other.
You want to talk about something I'm not going near, unless you're talking about Brandon Ingram. Let's talk about Brandon.
I was actually talking about Brandon Ingram, but
okay, I'll be honest. There's a chat coming up later that brought up Brandon Ingram. I think it's Kevin, but that's the first one. I was like, you know what? If that's out there, I would explore that. You know,
I don't know if that's. I don't know if I'm going.
Send him back to New Orleans. He had success there. He fills in perfectly when Zion's out for 60 games. Like,
see, but that's I don't want to get into this tonight. The Julius question is so complicated because they're not like the Towns thing, right? That's going to be out there starting fucking yesterday. That's out there. It's going to be out there. I think the New York basketball Twitter account put out a picture of Towns partying with some former Knick or something. Maybe Latrell Sprewell at some club in New York. You're going to be hearing about that. Get ready, right? Knicks aren't sending Julius Randle to Minnesota. Not happening.
No, they're not.
Going to.
That'd have to be a 3-team trade, and it would also mean that. Oh, they're not sending to Minnesota. You're right.
They will not. be very unequivocal about this. The New York Knicks front office will not send Julius Randle to Minnesota or said equivalent of Minnesota. And if I have anybody out there tonight watching from Minnesota and it's like, how dare you besmirch our wonderful city? I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Not about you.
It's not about you.
It's about just, CAA. It's about Randall. There's levels to this, as Benji would say.
They're not going to do that. Like, will they send him to LA? Yes. Will they send him, are there a couple other, Phoenix? Like the Ayton thing is interesting to me. I don't want to touch DeAndre Ayton with a 10-foot pole, but if you're talking about 3-team trades where like, something, Ayton goes to, Indy, and then you got, Turner springing free, and like maybe there's a Mitch. Like there's going to be scenarios. There's going to be all kinds of things you can talk about. But they will not send Julius Randle someplace that Julius Randle does not want to go. If they even entertain the notion of trading him, which I'm still not fully of the belief that they will.
Agreed.
Sorry, that went on for a little bit. David Crockett, what's going on, my main man, David? You can't win in the playoffs until you've had your heart broken. Doug Collins, good quote. And that's tried and true. No exceptions to that rule. Great season, hashtag 53 wins. Alex, hello from a plane on my way to the land of enchantment. Great enchanting season, yes. Love this team. Great fight all game, hashtag 53 wins. Nothing to be, yeah, all good. Completely agree. Thanks for chiming in on the flight. Appreciate you, Alex. You're a valuable member of the community as well, man. Thanks. Sam Garcia. Also, Tibbs' stubbornness to keep Hart and RJ on the floor at the same time for most of that fourth quarter was malpractice. Sam, you got to take it easy on the coach, man. You got to take it easy on the coach. I know it's frustrating to lose, but, like, again, these are two guys who have had wonderful offseason or wonderful postseasons for the most part. RJ was exceptional. Who'd you want out there? I know it sucks to lose, but like, the coach can't pull players out of his butt. Ryan, also, can we agree to flame Robert Cross for predicting 53 wins and not 98? Asking for a friend. 98 wins. Jesus Christ. Well, I guess 82 plus 16. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Next year. Claudio Santos. What's going on, Claudio? Proud of the Knicks team for the wonderful fight. Grateful to the KFS team for the wonderful shows. Thank you. Now, can we go back to discussing Randall's trade value during the summer? It really is fascinating. There are teams that are going to want him, what are those teams offering? Are those, I don't, and do the Knicks, I mean, he has value. He has value. But he's a quirky. It's like if you're a team that's thinking about trading for Julius Randle and the Knicks are willing to trade him, what is it about the next situation that's going to be better or different? I don't know. I'm dubious that there's going to be a Randall trade this summer. I don't think I would bet against it right now. Robert Cross, not an off-season guy. You think? Number one priority needs to be to move Chaotic, number 30. Don't want to hear his numbers are irreplaceable. It's a false notion, in my opinion. Hashtag 53 wins. No, I mean, like, this is a bad postseason for him. I mean, obviously, this is a bad postseason. I was going back and forth with someone who I will not name that has been critical of me for being critical of Randall of late. And I basically told this person, I'm like, what the fuck are you watching? Seriously, what are you watching? Like, I understand wanting to be supportive of our players, and I completely agree with that. We, as Knicks fans, we do want to be supportive of our players. But if a player on the Knicks does something that is just very obviously not good, whether it's performance or effort or some combination of both, like criticizing the player, that's not scapegoating. That's not like being unfair. To who much is given, much is expected. Julius Randle is the all NBA player on this team. He has a massive usage rate. The offense goes through him. He's paid a lot of money. He must perform. Otherwise, he will get criticized. There's no, like, there's no discussion. And he was 3 of 14 tonight. It is what it is. Hush Zoo. I'm not even kidding. We have a legit superstar in Brunson. Nobody thinks you're kidding. Average damn near 30 in the playoffs for the hardest market in the league. Try again, Cuban. Well, amen to that. Exhibition continues. Feelings for this game series aside, we have a player that showed he won't waver regardless of who the opponent is, who his teammates are, who is or isn't doing what. Brunson is going to be there making winning plays. I'm so happy for the Brunson love tonight. That just warms my heart. And thank you for the generous contribution. Exhibition continues. Appreciate you. Anthony Sixto. Brunson is a split second from having an angle for the pass to Hart. Split second. Maybe. Look, it's something I'll think about all summer. Culture, winning experience built off runs like this. Thanks again, KFS, for great content for a memorable season. Thank you always, Anthony. You always chime in with good stuff. Hashtag next year, 56 wins. I don't know if 56 isn't enough for a championship. We should be thinking championship next year. Just should be my 2 cents. Bernard Richardson, proud of this team. Yeah, me too. It hurts for sure, but we're building something special. Young team beat themselves all series. I totally agree. I that's the frustrating part of this series, right? That's the frustrating part. That yes, the Heat won. Yes, the Heat were the better team in totality. But you did feel like the Knicks just literally every game could have played better and could have executed better. And it's there's making and missing shots, and then there's all of the other ways that you could execute properly. And I think their execution in this series, for the most part, left a lot to be desired. And I do attribute a lot of it to they have not been here before and have not been to this level and the whole thing. But yeah, there's other reasons for it too. Anyway, we have young guys that will learn from this. Amen to that. That's exactly what I was just saying. Thank you, KFS. Ready for the year-round content coming. Love. Yep. Don't worry. We're not stopping. We don't go anywhere. Robert Cross, it's your boy John. Jalen Brunson's a superstar, full stop. What class? Hashtag 53 wins. Yes. Totally. Ham DM. I want to be objective about Randall, but the emotion is too high right now. He's no longer the face of this team. We know who that is now. Oh, I mean, that's listen. There's no question about who the face of this team is. Nobody's doubting that. I'll be curious. I'll be curious how Randall responds to this playoffs. We'll see. So we'll see. Reverend John Ortiz, John, Andrew, and all the KFS crew, much love to you all. The Knicks made me feel good this season, but please, for the love of everything holy, hashtag trade 30. I feel bad. We're at this place after this game and after this series, but I also completely and totally understand why we are at this place after this game and after the series, and that's why it's very, very difficult for me to begrudge anyone for having these sorts of feelings. Just can't do it. Perry Eckhart. What's going on, Perry? Tired of everyone dissing RJ. Are people dissing RJ? They should not be. He's 22 and he had a fantastic postseason. It's his first bad game in a month. He's part of the future. There was a core group with JB, RJ, Mitch, Quickly, Hart, Grimes, iHeart, and Obi under Kenny Payne. You literally mentioned every player in the rotation other than Julius Randle. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't think that all of those players will be back. We'll see if they are. But there's a good core group here. Jibo, what's going on, Jibo? RJ gets a pass tonight. I agree. What was great all series was in foul trouble all game and never got into a rhythm. I agree. He didn't get into a rhythm. Julius Randle does not. Holds the ball forever. Has to go. Look, they've made the best of it now for 3 years. In terms of like, look, this is what this player does. This is how he's going to go about his business. We're going to make the best of it. We're going to make our offense function around it. But when you get to a point where the team you're playing doesn't cower in fear at what Julius Randle is able to do. And like, that's the thing, right? If you get into a high level playoff series and you're playing the Knicks and Julius Randle is like one of the top two threats, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, all right, if he beats us, he beats us. Is he going to beat you? I thought he was going to have a huge game tonight. I was dead wrong about that. Dead wrong. Michael Joseph, great run. Can't skip steps in this league, and this experience will be huge. Completely agree. Yes. Thank you, KFS, for a great season. Appreciate all that you do. I just can't get over how people tonight on this night with emotions running high, so many people are going out of their way to thank us, which is just amazing. So thank you, Michael. Robert Cross with another one. First time, long time, John. Remember this. RJ will have his best season as a pro and be an all-star next year. He's a number 2. Remember this. Hashtag 53 wins. I feel like I'm kind of done doubting Robert Cross. I'll say right now, I don't believe RJ is a 2. I believe RJ is a 3. I think RJ is a 3. Meaning the third best player on a title team. Which, by the way, is much higher praise than I was ready to give him about a month ago. Or 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, or 4 months ago, or 5 months ago. Do I think next season will be his best season as a pro? I think it absolutely can be and should be. For sure. I hope he's here in New York. Joe Vogel. What's going on, Joe? Fantastic season. Brunson's playoff performance shows that he deserves for the front office to make a big move this offseason. No small changes get him help. It's tough. It's tough. Everybody's looking for that guy. And if you're a team that has that guy, you want to keep that guy. And if you're the Knicks and it's a guy who you think is not quite that guy, and you're like, do we move heaven and earth to get a guy who's not quite that guy and like break up what we have here going on, which is pretty good, or do we wait for that guy to emerge? Tough decisions abound. Will they make the move if the move is obviously there to be made? Yes, they will not hesitate. They will not hesitate. Thanks, Joe. Sam Garcia again. Lastly, Jalen Brunson is a superstar. Yep. And I'm glad he's ours. And hopefully the front office can build around him smartly before his next payday. And that payday is going to be here before you know it because he has a player option 2 years from right now. And he will be declining that player option because he's going to make a lot more money. Mark Fabros. What's going on, Mark? RJ was awful tonight, but he showed things this postseason that make me willing to give him one more season before selling on him. I don't want RJ to go anywhere. RJ showed me everything I needed to see this offseason or this postseason. And I would probably say that I was in the in terms of like belief in RJ Barrett. I was probably in the bottom 20% of Knicks fans coming into this postseason. I don't really think I made any effort to hide that. This was not a player I believed in. And what he showed, even tonight, like, yeah, I know he didn't have great. He obviously didn't shoot it well tonight. There were maybe a couple shots that you'd like to have back, and you'd rather something else. But like, I didn't think his process was bad tonight. I thought he didn't shoot well. It happens. You don't love to see it happen in a game like this. Anyway, the rest of Mark's comment, but this needs to be bye Randall. Can't have a guy this consistently stinky in the playoffs. For anybody who missed it, I quoted a stat before Game 5, which granted he shot well in Game 5, and then it reverted to form in Game 6 tonight. There had been 83 players in postseason history to, let me see if I remember this, play at least 10 postseason games and average at least 15 field goal attempts in those games. Not ever, sorry, in the 3-point era. In the 3-point era. 83 players. More than 15 field goal attempts a game, more than 10 games. 83 total players. Going into Game 5, Julius Randle had the worst effective field goal percentage in the playoffs of those 83 players. And I'm fairly certain, even after a good Game 5, after this Game 6, he will remain 83rd on that list. And to be very clear, it was him 83rd. Once a Knick, always a Knick. Michael Ray Richardson was a smidgen above him in 82nd. And in what was probably the funniest comment I've gotten on a newsletter all season, somebody cited that stat and was like, Michael Ray Richardson was on crack cocaine and is a percentage point higher or whatever it was than Julius Randle. He should be excluded from the conversation. And then the next highest person above that was like, there's a gap. So like it's Julius, smidgen, Michael Ray Richardson, crack cocaine, gap, then the 81st ranked person. The point is, for people in the 3-point era that have put up shots on this volume in the playoffs and played a commensurate number of playoff games, Julius Randle's easily the least efficient out of all of them. It's worrisome. It's worrisome. Jibo, thank you for everything this season, KFS. Thank you, Jibo. Appreciate you, man. D-Zilla. Open Grimes 3 out of a timeout. You got to take that for what it is. Yep. Tibbs drew that up. Got to make shots. Love you, KFS. Hell of a year. I thought it was a great fucking play call. And again, it's like, this is a coach that, what does he get criticized for? Lack of creativity in X's and O's. Not trusting the young players. Well, that's a situation. He puts the ball in the hands of his young player, and it's a great play call. What happens? He airballs it. I'm not holding that against Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes is 22 years old. Quentin Grimes is going to be fine. But, like, you want creativity? There's your creativity. Great super chat, T-Zilla. Joe Vogel with another one. Even if you get past Randall's engagement issues, the bottom line is he still does not make enough shots when it counts. Happens once a post game. I talk about something, and then a few seconds later, there's a super chat that reflects what I just talked about. That's why I've never envisioned him as a long-term solution. I don't care if he's our guy. Yeah, I mean, I said that earlier this season. He's our guy. We got to love him. Despite all of his issues, Jalen Brunson is good enough to be a top 2 player on a championship team. If there's an opportunity to get him a guy that can also be a top 2 player on a championship team, you have to do it. Julius Randle is not that player. Jesus. What are you doing? What are you doing, Robert Cross? Goodness gracious. This crazy old man. Somebody has to take his credit card away. Hashtag Robert Cross needs to go into a home. All right. It's your boy John, legend of GMAC, Big Thread Ben, Young Upstart, Ace, and The Casuals. Thanks for the community. Love you all. Hashtag 53 wins. Robert, I've said it a bunch of times, and I'll say it once more. This community is what it is because of people like you, and the fact that we have our inside jokes and not so inside jokes, but it's all grounded in passion. I could sit here and I could think that you're crazy for points that you make. I could sit here and I could think that people are off their rocker and completely misguided in their analysis of this team. And yet we are all grounded in the same thing. And it is love for this basketball team that we all root for. And we do it together. So don't thank us for the community. Thank all of everybody. It's everybody's thing. Bernard Richardson. Hello again, Bernard. Have to send one about the infuriating, unnecessary double teams. That's fair. Don't need an answer. I'm just venting, but why? Yeah, no, I mean, it was a decision they made. Of all of the things in this series, by far, the thing that I will wonder about is the decision to put two on the ball so often. And this is just a really good passing team, and I don't think that was the way to beat them. Yeah, it's extraordinarily fair. Bernard. Dan Gottlieb, what's going on, Dan? Long overdue contribution after 3 seasons riding with KFS. I mean, thank you for riding with us. No need to contribute. Macri, appreciate everything you bring to our fandom. Thank you. You're welcome. Brunson will hold on to last sequence, but that's what makes him special. Cheers to the next run. Hashtag 53. My goodness, I am so grateful for the energy tonight. Seriously, and the thanks and all of the stuff that is just not deserved. And I'm just thank you. Thank you. Canyon Pepper. Have we seen that one before? That's a good name. Good season and thank you. I enjoyed every single post game, even the losses. Thank you again. What were you sipping on, by the way? Oh man, Andrew, you got a sec?
What's up?
I want to grab. I've been drinking this the whole postseason. I'm going to grab the bottle. I don't know what it's called. Hang on.
Okay.
You can read the next super chat.
I'll read the next super chat. Thank you, everybody. We're about halfway through, so I'm buckled up for a long night. I hope you are too. Busy with another one. On to the offseason stuff. I hope Boston loses so we can make a trade for Jaylen Brown and get Randall off this team. No Embiid talk, please. His knee will fall off as soon as we get him. This is where, if XJ were here, he would tell you how overrated Jaylen Brown is. And if you're frustrated by a guy with live ball turnovers, Jaylen Brown is the guy, not the guy you exactly want to turn to. But I understand. Grass is always greener. Hold on. Now you're not muted.
I think Jaylen Brown is a better version of Julius Randle with a lot of the same maddening tendencies at a different position.
Mm-hmm. And because he's at a different position, you don't get the rebounding. You don't. He tries more on defense, so I think it's more aesthetically pleasing. But I think you'd have just as much frustration with some of his shorts. You wouldn't have the same kind of frustration.
I don't know if he tries. I don't know if it would be as much frustration.
I think Jaylen Brown, like the advanced metrics, hate him, first of all, because of his turnovers are the worst possible. I wonder if next to someone like Brunson, as opposed to someone like Tatum, it'd be different. But
if you give me him next to Jalen Brunson, I'll sign for that. This is what I've been drinking, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So William and Green. No, Milam and Green. Milam and Green. Triple cask bourbon. Yeah, I don't know. I got this as a gift. I forget where I got it from as a gift. It's amazing. And appropriately enough, I finished it tonight. So with the season goes that bourbon. O from Jersey. Trading Randall should be the number one priority this offseason. Also, everyone hating RJ got to stop. I hate that people. Why would people hate RJ after? I mean, I know he didn't have a good game, but like whatever. He played amazing 90% of the playoffs. Hashtag go New York, go New York, go. Hashtag 53 wins. Yep. Hushu. It's going to be sad, but some of the kids need to go. I'm not even kidding. I'd look into acquiring Chris Middleton if Jaylen Brown is unavailable. Oh, Hushu, you got to. Maybe you need a warm compress. Or shower, something. I don't know.
This was sent 2 hours ago in the heat of the season-ending loss. Remember when these are sent in. That's all I want to say. Was this sent
2 hours ago? Are we 2 hours behind?
This was sent at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, Jesus Lord.
The Laker game hadn't started yet. This is event
Speaking of the Laker game,
as well as the Laker game. Yes.
Speaking of the Laker game, if you're a Knicks fan and you are feeling down right now, the defending world champions are losing by 21 points with 5 minutes to go to the 7th seed, the Los Angeles Lakers. 7th seed, the Los Angeles Lakers. That's the same seed as the Miami Heat.
No, it's not.
What?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The Miami Heat were the 7th seed.
They're the 8th seed.
No, they lost the 7th seed.
They lost the 7-8 game.
Yes, they went into the playoffs as a 7th seed.
This is semantics. They played the Bucks because they were the 8th seed.
Okay, fine. Whatever. The point remains.
Mm-hmm.
If the defending world champions can get their ass kicked in Game 6 by a team that was not very good all year, no Knicks fan should be hanging their head that the Knicks lost a nail biter to a team that was not very good all year, but has all sorts of playoff pedigree, much like the Lakers do, actually.
LeBron's getting to another conference final.
Oh God. We'll talk about this before we get out of here. Okay. Let's keep it going. Jeff Guitars, thank you for the generous contribution, Jeff. Dom Cappuccini, what's going on? Dom, hats off to a great season. I am extremely proud fan. Now on to finishing Blood in the Garden. Yes. I got a book that I got from my birthday that I can't wait to dive into that is not about basketball. It's an oral history about Hollywood. That's what I'll be reading. I look forward to an interesting summer with all of you. Same here. Someone special out there is interested in playing with Jaylen. I have a funny feeling that multiple someones will be interested in playing with Jalen Brunson. Will Oliver. Brunson was just heroic, God tier. Yep. No RJ slander allowed. Brutal game, but he was so good all playoffs. I think it's time to move on from Randall. Thanks, KFS. Well, if you could sense, I think there's a theme here developing. Good stuff. Hannibal Miles. What's going on, Hannibal? Surprise Grimes wasn't more of a focal point for the defensive job on Jalen Brunson. Great season. Let this be a start of a consecutive Knicks playoff seasons. Well, we haven't had consecutive Knicks playoff seasons since 11, 12, 12, 13. And the last time the Knicks won a round in consecutive playoffs was 99 and then 2000. I think that should be the goal. Deadwords 604. I know the L is fresh and I'm being hyperbolic, but Julius Randle needs to go. I don't think you're being hyperbolic at all, man. You can't have a star have moments of disinterest, and it affects the team too. The season's over. I always go back and rewatch the tough ones. I don't know that I will go back and rewatch this game. In the moment, didn't feel like it was a great look for Julius. That's what I'll say. I'm not talking about the 3 for 14. Bruce Taylor, thank you, John and KFS. Great coverage all year. Your whole team is excellent. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to be excellent, because we wouldn't be here doing this if we didn't have people watching us. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Bruce. Steven Bialabach. JB is my spirit animal. Wish we played to our potential. Me too, man. That's the frustrating part. God. I might. But a very fun season. Love to the KFS team. See you next season. Yep. Well, we got some fun summer stuff. So, don't go anywhere just yet. Todd with another one. As pissed off as I am right now, and as much as I think we should have won that series, we didn't have Jalen Brunson 12 months ago. RJ is going to be a very solid number 3. That's where I'm at. Look at it this way, man. Like if you're looking for, I just made a whole thing before about how, for as simple as it might sound, the offseason could get very complicated. I'll just say it. All right. I'll just say it. If you think RJ Barrett is a championship winning number 3, and I do, and you think Jalen Brunson is a championship winning co-star, and I do, if you just move a bunch of the picks and Randall for a guy that could be the other co-star and probably a young player, like, isn't it that easy? Now, of course, as I say that, it is not that easy. But I don't know. We'll see. Thanks, Todd. JBRI. What's going on, JB? Again, thank you again for chiming in one more time. Sitting here wondering if you could win just by surrounding Brunson with defense and shooting. He might actually be that good. I think you need a second guy. I think you need a second guy. Even for the Heat, it's Bam, right? I think you need a second guy. I think history has proven as much. They'll get one. Todd with another one. Jalen Brunson changed everything for us. Now to trade Randall. Yep. Deadwords 604. Positive out of this series, the league is on notice. The New York Knicks have a superstar at point guard, and his name is Jalen Brunson. Time to get him a companion. The league is beyond notice. Beyond on notice. Big time. Big time on notice. Thanks, Edwards. Appreciate your generosity. Dan Hidalgo, what's going on, Dan? The Knicks took a leap this season, second only to the leap KFS took. Your team and product is unmatched in all sports pods, and we're lucky to have you. My God. Oh, that's just it's incredibly kind of you to say. And I will just, we work really hard at this. And I know it doesn't, I kind of come off as, how I come off, and I do that for a reason, but like, we do work hard and we do try to put out a really good product, and Andrew Claudio, man, from day one, just treated this like he was producing for the highest rated show on ESPN and took it that seriously from day one. And here he is. All credit to him, because I just get up here and I talk, and it's very easy to do that. But yeah.
And this is where I now turn it back in your direction. The reason I treat this like it's a quality product is because I see the talent of Mr. Macri and Mr. Cohen and Mr. Ritholtz and the entire casual crew, XJ, Mensa, Sean, DJ Zulo, and the extended family, the Piccolos, the Fred Katzes of the world. And I want to make sure these guys are in the best position. So it's a team effort, believe me. And I'm thankful for you, Dan. I'm thankful for the entire KFS extended universe and how much you support us. And I'm hoping one day we're doing this. We made it to mid-May. Looking forward to the day we're doing this in mid-June.
But to be clear, we do expect to be the best sports podcast in the business.
Oh, because of what I've done, we are, by the way. There, I went humble first, and now went arrogant after that.
The Golden State Warriors are going to lose this game by 21 points.
Yes, they are. Hashtag firecar.
Bob Myers is gone.
Yes.
Okay. Just throwing that out there.
I don't think that matters. If it does, then James, chill.
What?
No, I'm talking to James Dolan is who I'm talking about. I don't think the Knicks are in a spot where they need like a savior front office executive. We just saw the best player this team has had since Carmelo Anthony is here, and they got him here because they were here to bring in relationships. Let's see what their next card is to play.
Man, we're one of. So I can't wait for Game 7 on Sunday.
The trickle-down effect that game's going to have. The ramifications.
Either LeBron James will win his 5th NBA title, or Nikola Jokic, Jimmy Butler, Joel Embiid. I don't want to put it all on Jason Tatum because it's not like his team like it is those other guys' team. Although we should throw Harden in there too. But like one of those guys will win their first. This is a big next month.
Just break it down to a Western Conference vacuum. Either Nikola Jokic makes his first finals, which as a 2-time MVP, you could finally put that on your resume. You're the best player on a team that made the finals. Or LeBron James will make the NBA finals for the 11th time in his career.
Regarding Jokic, I mean, look, George Karl's very biased.
You think?
But I did notice, and maybe I take notice of it because he was once kind enough to be on a podcast with me.
I remember.
Yes.
Shout out Adam Taylor.
There you go. He tweeted today or yesterday that he said Nikola Jokic is one of the 10 greatest players. Not now, but will when he retires will be one of the 10 greatest players in NBA history. And you're witnessing it right now, and you should take notice. And I looked at that. I'm like, man, I don't know if he's wrong.
I will quote JJ Redick, who's been saying it all season, and I don't have a bone to pick with with JJ Redick the way I do George Karl, but I agree. Jokic is outstanding, and what he did to the Suns is unreal. And like from your Patreon pod today, the validation that this playoff run is creating for him. And damn it, if Embiid had just had a great fourth quarter, we'd be looking at 4 wins away.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Right, but that's part of the conversation because Embiid,
I thought, it is part of the conversation.
Embiid had a great Game 5, and it was like that chase down block was that felt like an MVP moment. And in the moment, I was like, damn, we're this close to an Embiid Jokic finals. Like that would be perfect. And the fourth quarter of Game 6 happened, and now I have no idea what's going to happen in Game 7.
Well, we'll see. This is setting up for some good stuff here. Okay, Connor, prefer a win, but losing on a JB turnover was poetic. This is a heartbreak that hardens a core for the next run. I agree, and Jalen Brunson will use it. I totally agree. If he is who we think he is, he is. This will fuel him. If I have to, I'll take a loss like this. Yeah, listen, it's a stepping stone moment. Listen, we have been there and done that. We know the losses that eat at you. 97. For me, 95, always 95. 93. Like 93, 97. Those two. 93 first, then 97. And then if you want to, everything else is third place to those top two. But, we know what it is to have the losses that eat at your soul for decades. This is not one of them, which is why it's easier to digest. And it's part of the process. Busy with another one. Hopeful that Tibbs will continue to have more flexibility next year. Me too. I think he made progress this year. Hopeful RJ continues his playoff play and develop a more consistent mid-ranger or a three-pointer. Same for Hart. I'd be curious what RJ works on this summer. You know, he has stuff. He has stuff to work on. But I believe in him. Oh my goodness gracious. Blitzing Hound Dog. I don't know if we've ever gotten a super chat from Blitzing Hound Dog. And this is a generous one. Man, watching KFS grow alongside our core, what a great season. Thank you. Truly. On to obsessing over the next thing. The small chance we keep the Mavs pick if 11 through 14 jumps into the lottery. The future is bright for you guys and this team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As far as the lottery, so it's Friday night. The lottery is Tuesday night. I will give credit to it was Zach Lowe and Howard Beck were on the low post. I forget which one of them suggested it. I think it was Beck. That, and I actually think he's wrong about this because he thought that like if you're a team that has a chance to get a pick, if it like the falls within a certain range, then you have to send a representative to the dais. I'm actually not sure about that. I think there's a chance that the Knicks. I actually think it's likely the Knicks are not sending a representative to the lottery, and it's just the Mavs basically send their rep, and like they're not going to have a Knick rep on stage. But if I am wrong and the Knicks do send a rep, how perfect would it be if, as Beck suggested, they send Jalen Brunson as the rep for the lottery? That would be the most amazing thing ever. Because I think fully at that point, the Knicks would get the pick. D Zilla, the lows of tonight are not enough to diminish the highs of the year. We shocked the world. Hashtag 53 wins. Hashtag KFS. Hashtag we here to stay. Yeah, I mean, as far as shocking the world, look at the three teams that have gotten eliminated from the playoffs in this round. One of them is the defending world champions. Another one is the team that I think most people pegged as the favorite out of the West coming into the playoffs because it was a team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. And then the third team that will have gotten eliminated besides the Knicks, it'll be either the Boston Celtics, who are the odds-on favorite to win the championship this year, or the Philadelphia 76ers, who employ the 2022-23 MVP. And then there's the Knicks. Those are the four teams that got eliminated in this round. So, yeah, I'd say we shocked the world. Thanks, Diesel. Brian Twibble. What's going on, Brian? There was a lingering, we could have had it, that hurts a little. It hurts a lot. I've been trying to downplay it the whole night, and I haven't, I can't internalize it anymore. I can't because I can't. It's just not healthy. Because I create so much content for this team that for me to internalize the disappointment at this point is just like I just can't do it anymore. So I kind of cope. It hurts a lot. But I love this team, and I'm proud to be a Knicks fan for the first time in 10 years. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. It's good to hear. You should be proud of the team that you root for. Busy with another one. Most of all, I'm hopeful that Randall gets lost at sea and finds his way to another team. Why is he in the ocean, Busy? What's he doing out there?
I love the clarification that he finds his way back from being lost at sea, but when he comes back, he's on another team.
All I'm thinking of is Castaway.
Yes.
All I'm thinking of is Castaway, and he gets lost at sea, and he comes back, and Leon Rose has traded him for somebody else, and he is now forced to go restart his life.
Yep.
Somewhere.
Helen Hunt's already remarried, and you have to go take the other crossroad. Yes.
So Helen Hunt in the scenario is Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
Yes.
He's married. Jalen Brunson is not married to Mr. Big. You appreciate that reference. I know who I'm talking. I did that on purpose.
There you go. Helen Hunt, hold on, go back to that. There was more to that. Helen Hunt, part of one of my favorite movies, as good as it gets.
Yes.
Cheers to a great season. Look forward to next year. Yeah.
Off-season content. Thank you.
Off-season content. A lot of that coming up. Nick C92 retires Scott's jersey in the Garden. Yeah, he did what he could tonight. Jeremy Chase, what's going on, Jeremy? Thanks for a great season, KFS. Nothing but love for this team. Tough loss, but we'll be back. Keep it positive. Moves will be made, but savor the journey. That's a really wise comment. I appreciate that very much. I'm just really happy that we are ending this season on a positive note. Fall like hell tonight. And there's stuff to be disappointed about, but we're not letting it overshadow the other stuff. Abdoulaye Diallo. The bad part of losing this game is that no more Knicks basketball for 5 months. The good news is that more cap or no cap. Let's go, Knicks. We are born again. Hashtag we were born again. Hashtag KD. Should I do it in the voice? KD, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? It's the best I could do.
Well done. That was well done. Danny would be proud.
By the way, shameless plug for our Patreon. I went on a rant about Kevin Durant today.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think was unfair.
A literal Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, yeah.
There you go.
Well done. I see what you did there. 007 Angelo, 1+ tonight. Monica McNutt on the radio. That's cool. That's good for her. Good job by you. Brian Benjamin, John going into defend Tibbs mode early, LOL.
This was sent almost 2 hours ago. In fact, more than 2 hours ago, when you and I were going at it, and more specifically, when you were going to Tibbs defend Tibbs mode a little early.
But I believe in it in my core.
This is on brand. I agree. It's what you believe. It's why we love you.
I don't know about that.
Hashtag again. What did Robert Cross say? Most in the fan base appreciate you.
That's the best chat of the season.
Nicest thing. The worst, nicest thing I've ever heard.
It was the best thing ever. It was fantastic. Dom with another one. Thank you, Dom. Not that we should feel bad for too long, but Dallas dropping to 11th or 12th to the lottery should help get everyone out of the dumps for sure. Oh my God. I so bad. You know what? I honestly, at this point, I'd be okay with them landing at 10. I just don't want them to win, to like get in the top 4, because I don't want them to be rewarded for their nonsense. Justin, what's going on, Justin? Thank you for the generous contribution. I wanted that bad. Yeah, me too. JB is him. Upgrade with shooting, big wings. Well, everybody's looking for those. And improvements from the young guys. And I can't wait for next season. October can't come soon enough. Is this what hope feels like? Yeah, this is what hope feels like. I'm going to go back to that in a sec. Thanks, KFS, for making the season special. I got to tell you, this feels so much different than after the season ended 2 years ago. Last season, or 2 seasons ago, they were the 4 seed, and it was such a feel-good season. That season ended, and it felt, even though we were the 4 seed, it felt like we were so far away. It was like, oh, this was a lot of fun. What a cool little season for the Knicks. They just got their ass handed to them by the Atlanta effing Hawks. Be nice if they made some upgrades. Oh, look, they made some upgrades. Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. Oh, how nice. Good for them. They'll now be a spunky 60. Like, at no time during any of that was there any conversation, even remote conversation, about like, oh wow, the Knicks are like maybe like a move away from being a contender. There was none of that. Zero. For a variety of reasons. Now, gonna be an interesting offseason. Thanks, Justin. Claudio Santos with another one. Thank you, Claudio. By the way, waiting for an all-time ranking of Knicks players. Complicated legacy, probably has fallen below 40th place by now. And what about him? Complicated legacy. Man, he's talking about Julius Randle. I don't know how much lower than like 30 you could drop him. I think he's one of the 30 greatest Knicks ever. And I'm not sure there's an argument about it. Brunson has been here for one season. He had an incredible season. That one season probably puts him in the top 50 ever for this franchise. It's that good. I mean, we don't have to go crazy about this. Just let him play out his contract here, and then he's going to be one of the 15 greatest Knicks ever at worst. At worst, if he keeps this up and he's here for the rest of his contract. And there's a chance that by the end of this contract, he's knocking on the door of one of the 10 greatest players in franchise history ever. Not hyperbole. LDS, what's going on, LDS? Brunson was +3 in a 4-point loss where he played 45 minutes. Almost impossible to lose when you have a guy playing that well for that many minutes. Yeah. Nobody else showed up. Sucks. Keith, what's going on, Keith? Disappointing and frustrating end to the season, and I think it could have gone differently. So do I. But regardless, I'm so proud. One of the best seasons of my life. I'm so grateful for you and all of my Knicks KFS fam. Thank you. We're grateful for you, Keith. You've been riding with us all season long. I hope you've enjoyed the ride. We look forward to doing it again next year. Stick with us for the off season. Have a funny feeling it's going to be a big one. That's all I'll say. Todd with another one. J-Mac, seriously, how many times this game did you wonder if Randall actually cared about the game at all? For me, maybe 8 to 10 times. Just awful. Well, see, that's the toughest part for me because I never question that. I fully believe that Randall cares a lot and wants to win a lot. I fully believe that. I mean that to my core, Todd. To my core, I believe he wants to win. He cares about winning, and he prioritizes winning. I think this is a player who struggles to translate that desire to on-court performance at times because there are things that get in the way. I don't know if it's mental. I don't know if it's emotional, but I think there are things that get in the way, and it is very unfortunate, and I don't know what the answer is. I wish I had a better answer. Yeah. Thanks. Goodness gracious. AEIOUY 48. That's a great handle. Thank you for the generous $53 contribution. Had to say the amount there. This is Mitchell from Patreon. Oh, okay. There you are. Mitchell, what's going on, Mitchell? Thank you, man. You already support us so generously. For you to increase your generosity with this, thank you. Not going to be able to watch live, but I just wanted to say thank you for an amazing season. The best part about the big wins this season was catching the post games after. This is only the beginning. Hashtag 53 wins. Hashtag Brunson. These post games have come to become such an important part. Like, and again, I'll take you behind the scenes. Like, my wife and I talk all the time about because it takes a toll. I'm here. It's 2 hours and 46 minutes, right? And as many of you know, I have full-time job. Wake up in the morning, the whole thing. It takes a toll. But Not for 1 second could I imagine not doing these, because I just, it helps me. It helps me collect my thoughts about this team. It helps me understand where other people's thoughts are about this team. And then when I sit down to write about this team or try to write about this team, these post games inform that so much. And yeah, I just appreciate the opportunity to do it. That's all. Thank you, Mitchell. Sri, thank you for the generous contribution. No one expected us to go this far. Correct. We went down, or maybe just Brunson with a big fight. Yeah. I mean, they fought. They fought on defense for sure. Just couldn't make shots. We have a bright future and a true superstar. Yes. Not taking any of this for granted. Please don't anybody take it for granted. Well, we just witnessed from Jalen Brunson, especially. Don't take that for granted. Go Knicks, and thank you, KFS, for the season. You're welcome. Thank you. Kevin Danishevsky, what's going on, Kev? Feel like Brandon Ingram for Randall and diverting Randall elsewhere in a 3-team deal. Dallas could be the move to get us over the top. We're so close. JB is a 1B guy. I like that. I think Texas is a place that Julius Randle would be okay with going. The notion that the Knicks and Mavs are going to consummate a deal, especially when the Mavs have nothing to trade, that ain't happening. The Spurs are also not trading for Julius Randle. There is a third team in Texas, and that team is a team that allegedly has designs on winning more basketball games next year. And they also hired a coach, Ime Udoka, who in his short time as head coach has a reputation for being just the right sort of coach for perhaps players who are, interesting sorts. Yeah, that's it. Just a thought. James Whitko. What's going on, James? To quote Dr. Seuss, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. We got another one of those. I didn't know that was a Dr. Seuss quote. That's a great quote. We finally have a star to build around. Thanks for a great season, guys. Looking forward to next year. Get some rest. Doc Witt. Yeah, I'm getting rest tonight. That's for sure. Todd Rahulik with another one. Most ironic part of the series, missing Burks at time. They're going to use Alec Burks in the series. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, they could have used Alec Burks. Elton Chung. Great season. Brunson will be an all-time Knick great. This was good experience for our young ones. And one of RJ or Randall needs to go. I don't disagree with that. I do think one of them needs to go. Thanks for all the great post games. Until next year. Yeah. I'll have a newsletter coming out on that soon. Thank you, Elton. Perry Eckhard. Why wouldn't IQ be on the roster? Easy, because he's a valuable trade asset. And I wonder if there aren't teams out there that look at him as a starting point guard and are willing to pay him like a starting point guard. And specifically, this feeling that I have derives from the fact that Emmanuel Quickley has said on the record, he believes he is a starter. He will never be a starter with this team for as long as Jalen Brunson is here. He will be a sixth man. He will get paid like a starter. He would be a valuable piece to the team. But I thought this postseason, before he got hurt, revealed, and look, you blame it on Tibbs all you want. It's fine. I don't think you're going to find a lot of head coaches that are going to play two small-ish guards, heavy minutes together in the postseason. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think the deeper you get, the more, if Jalen Brunson and Emmanuel Quickley are on the same team, it's going to be more of an either-or thing. And I just wonder. Again, I don't think the Knicks are trying to get rid of Emmanuel quickly. I don't think they want to trade Emmanuel quickly. But I wonder if there's an opportunity to make a trade for a star player this summer, and the Knicks have some say in the assets that go out in such a deal. I do wonder whether, for the reasons I've just discussed, quickly might be someone that they would think about. That's it. Matt, what's going on, Matt? Careless mistakes will keep me up tonight. Me too. Great building block season. Living in LA, KFS has made my move so much easier. Thank you to the entire staff for all the hard work. Love you. Love all you guys. Well, thank you for watching from LA. We love doing what we do. We appreciate you. Thanks, Matt. Jeremy D, what's going on, Jeremy? John, you said post game from this series you expected a big trade this summer. What do you know? I don't know anything. Please tell us, and thank you, KFS, for the amazing content. I don't know anything. I know that the NBA just adopted a new CBA, collective bargaining agreement. I know that luxury tax penalties are going to get insanely more prohibitive than they have been. I know that the Knicks have a roster that is about to get a lot more expensive with Emmanuel Quickly's extension on the docket and Josh Hart, his extension on the docket, and Quentin Grimes being a year away from becoming extension eligible. And, oh, by the way, Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle being a year away from being able to opt out of their deals. And before you know it, it's going to be time for those guys to potentially sign extensions. Like, it doesn't feel like the clock is ticking, but just with salaries and the way contracts work in the NBA, like you wanna have high value rookie contract players to include in deals. And they have those players now. If a star comes on the market this summer, like they're going to be in on it. I don't even think it matters who it is. They'll be in. Sam Frenzel, what's going on, Sam? Happy birthday weekend, John. Thanks for helping make this season my favorite of all time. KFS is goated. Well, that's awesome that it's your favorite season of all time. Really honored. And thank you for the birthday wish. Appreciate you. Thomas Crown, smoking on that Knicks pack. I'm assuming this is a Miami fan. If I get that reference. Jay Vertical, what's going on, Jay Vertical? What a season, Mac. The team came into the playoffs with little or no experience, and it's only going up from here. I think we found our superstar, man. Yeah, for sure. The experience, I think, is going to be invaluable. And again, progress isn't always linear. You never know how things are going to go. But this will matter. This will matter. This will impact them moving forward. As it should. Chris Carter. Thank you, man. Jeez, Chris, thank you. Thanks for a great season. Thank you for a great season. Appreciate it, man. Seriously. And you vent all you want. It's an inside joke for Chris. Zach Carr, what's going on, Zach? Thank you, man. Cheers to the team, KFS crew, and all you feisty Knicks fans. What a year and what a future was the season my stepson became a Knicks fan. I can't feel bad. Got to get more into the pot here. More Knicks fans, the merrier. That's what I say. Jacob Slavitz, so proud of this team. Bring me the next star, Leon. He's looking. He'll look. Leave no stone unturned, as it were. Mo So, what's going on, Mo So? A lot of good things looking forward from the season. JB, superstar leap. RJ, good playoffs overall. Grimes, fantastic defense. Quick and Mitch, regular season growth. Plus maybe the 11th pick. Thank you, KFS. Of all of the things you just mentioned, the thing that I am prompted to wonder or ask or pontificate is, man, I wish Mitch had a better series. It was so good coming off that Cavs series. I have to think he's hurt. Have to think he was hurt. But we'll see. Barry Craver, what's going on, Barry? Julius isn't going anywhere. You may be right. He's too big of a piece on this Kentucky connection with Wes Leon. It's the CAA connection. Let's get it right. The value on his contract is too good. He's back. Well, and it's not about the value on his contract. I think if Julius Randle stays past this summer, it's because of one of two reasons and it'll have to probably be a little of both. One, the relationship thing, which you brought up, which I think is more CAA than Kentucky, but to each their own. And two, just frankly, they don't find a deal that they like. Thanks, Barry. Brian, what's going on, Brian? Unfortunately, wedding week will go off without any blue and orange hitch. Listen, be thankful for that, brother. J Mac and the KFS crew, thank you for my second season being part of the fam. Here's to the next step for us all. Hashtag let's get 53 more. I like that. I appreciate it. And thank you for being aboard, man. Look forward to come back even stronger next year.
Did you see what he did with the hashtag?
Let's get his last name.
Put his last name in. Well done. And congrats on your nuptials. There's someone else.
Oh yeah, congrats on the wedding. Yeah.
Yeah. And have best weekend of your life and it's not going to be interrupted by Julius Randle. So
yeah,
congratulations.
You had a great next season. You don't have to worry about anything. Kevin Danishevsky, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, John. Or I tell you that John is defending the coach. Seriously, he's been doing it since Fizdale. Love you, John. Take that well-deserved break. Yeah, of course, Always look from the coach's point of view.
Kevin, this super chat is an indication that you went back after I warned you or told you that their podcast exists from back then and listened to when John was defending David Fizdale. So thank you for the support, you crazy person. Goodness. I'll never. These are not evergreen pods, and he goes back, and I'm any question about like, hey, what was my take back in 2020? Oh, Kevin, you might know. So,
I will enjoy my break though.
Yes.
Sam, would Nick Nurse raise his team's ceiling? I don't know.
What would you think? What do you think Nick Nurse would do differently?
I don't know.
Wouldn't play the minutes differently.
He's like, go ask a Raptors fan about Nick Nurse.
Oh, believe me, go ask a Raptors fan. Sam, to answer your question, like I know that Nick Nurse has won a title before. He largely won it because Kawhi Leonard was great. So it's tough to answer this question. I think the Knicks actually got to their ceiling in a disappointing ending, but this is where the other team has championship tested.
Listen, man, the NBA coaching carousel is like the fucking red light district in Amsterdam. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, that's pretty. It's like it's the next shiny object.
Yeah, that's why
until you have it, and then you're like, okay, what's next?
It's why I don't go I don't go to the levels that my good friend and the person across from me, John Macri, does. But I don't go any farther than like 25-30% credit or blame when it comes. Like Spo's really great. Does he win the series? Does he win the series if Jimmy Butler, or even get to the series if Jimmy Butler? Like Jimmy Butler's been outstanding this postseason, and not for nothing, I remember Heat fans. Believe me, I remember Heat fans throughout the season. The issues with this team. So this is a league largely won and lost when your players are great or not. And the Knicks' second best player that made All NBA and was an All-Star didn't show up tonight. This should have been a game that you can be like, wow, Tibbs, his defense held the other team to 40% shooting and 28% from three. If one other Knick showed up.
How many field goals did Bam make tonight?
13, 11. I'm looking at it now. Hold on.
No, it wasn't that
Bam
many.
Adebayo made 9 of 20 tonight for Bam.
Great. Bam made 9 field goals. Julius made 3.
Yeah. Again, one Knick showed up tonight. Josh Hart, congrats on the Twins. Like, you could argue he showed up too, but like Jalen Brunson needed one other starter to show up tonight, and he didn't.
Dean Price, what's going on, Dean? Fantastic season. I've never had more fun. If they want to have a perennial 50-win team, wouldn't mind taking a minor step back to move off of 30. They will not take a step back. I'll tell you right now. That's not going to happen. Sam L. It's poetic that Lowry was a thorn in their side after all my blabbing. I did this. Sorry, Knicks Nation. It was a great season. Excited for 23-24. That said, Randall for a ham sandwich. Who says no? Well, the Knicks. And they should not trade Julius Randle for a ham sandwich. There will be trades, though, for him. As far as Lowry, I feel somewhat vindicated because I said before the series that I thought Lowry would have an impact, and he did. He was pretty good. Brad, what's going on, Brad? Brad Chabra, thank you. Appreciate you, man. Sam Garcia's urologist. This should be good. Congratulations to Josh Hart, proud papa of 2 boys. I told you, Macri, there's a possibility he misses a game in this series. Glad he didn't. I actually feel terrible for Josh Hart that he seemingly set everything up that he could be back for the birth of his twins, and he couldn't do it. And it's tough. I was there for the birth of both of my girls. I'll never forget either of those days. You want to be there, but not always possible. See Game 3 box score 2021 versus Atlanta. JB had no help like Rose. Yes, that was 2 years ago. Wombler, my goodness gracious, Wombler, thank you. Goodness. Thanks, KFS, for what you do for us fans. It's our pleasure, and thank you so much for this generosity. I can't. I watch every post game, but often on delay. Brunson is a star, superstar? Question mark. You could take those superstar those question marks right out of there. Yes. Need some improvements. Hopefully, Grimes, RJ, Quick make strides, and some more 3-and-D type guys, and we are close. Need that summer content to get to next season. The summer content is coming. They're not that far away. They do need some improvements. Some of the guys you mentioned will probably have to go out in order to make the improvements that we want to make. And, yeah. Thank you. Bernard Richardson with another one. No award recognition this year for Brunson seems criminal in hindsight. I completely agree. He is our star in this hard league. Blank check for him for 10 years for all I care. I mean, the way the NBA salaries are going, if you have a player of Brunson's caliber, then yeah, you basically do have to write a blank check. Criminal in hindsight. Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of great players in NBA history that didn't make all NBA teams, and then you got to the postseason, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. This is clearly one of the 15 best guys. How did they not make an all NBA team? And that happens sometimes. The no all-star thing looks really silly, but I am hopeful that it will correct next year. Matt from Australia. My favorite season as a Knicks fan with my favorite Knicks content creators. Thank you. Thank you, JB, and thank you, KFS. Can't wait for what's next for everyone. Neither can I. Oh, my goodness. Schmilk. What's going on, John? How you doing, buddy? Is training camp already? I don't even know. It's not training camp yet for football.
OTAs.
What?
OTAs.
OTAs. There we go. I knew it was something. Great job all year, guys. Bottom line in the series, general trend. When the starters were on the floor, the Knicks were generally better than Miami. When they weren't, Miami was better. If fully healthy in game 1, we're likely playing a game 7 on Monday. John, it's a great comment. By the way, if you have any interest in football or the Giants, go first of all follow John Schmeelk and check out all of his work with doing everything he does covering the Giants. Nobody's better than him covering any football team ever anywhere. Fully healthy from game one. So you're assuming Grimes and you're assuming Randall. And quickly, right? But then again, Hero's out for the Heat and Oladipo's out for the Heat. So, like, both sides had injuries. I'll repeat what some of my fellow KFS colleagues have said. I think we had enough. Didn't get done. There's no shame in it. Thanks, John. Appreciate you, man. And here's another. My God, John, what are you doing, man? Seriously, that's incredibly generous of you. Now we have to get you back on the pod so I could thank you profusely in person. And big picture, all of us would have signed for a second round exit with a close loss in a game 6 in Miami in the second round of the playoffs, without question. Like, zero question about this. None. It should be obvious, but I'm happy you brought it up because nobody else has brought it up. Special player in Brunson, yes. Lots of assets, yes. Very young roster, yes. Average age of 24. Actually, I did the math the other day of the rotation. Average age of the rotation is 24. Yeah. Wait for the right star to demand a trade. That's the tricky part. How do you know if it's the right star? Oh man. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun off season. Harry, what's going on, Harry Donert? Always very generous, always thoughtful, the whole thing. That hurt so much. Yes, nothing else to say. Thanks to KFS and all the other nut jobs on here that care as much about this team as I do. It hurt. As I'm watching, I still have ESPN on. I'm watching here a replay of the Knicks defending the Miami Heat and specifically putting 2 on Brunson put 2 on Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler gets the ball out, and now here comes Bam Adebayo making pass, kick, and easy bucket. It's amazing what you could do if you are a good passing team and the opponent, and you have a great player and the opponent respects your great player enough to put 2 on the ball, and then everybody else could pass. Amazing what you could do. Wilton Moran, what's going on, Wilton? Been a Knicks fan for 30 years, and this is the best I felt since Jeff Van Gundy was coach. That's a great call. Thank you, KFS. Did IQ hurt his contract value with this postseason? I think he completely did. Absolutely. Not like crazy amount, but enough. I think he heard it. Yeah. Ghost Dog LT, proud of this team. Let's see what they do next. Yeah. Well said. Thank you for the generous contribution. Man, Todd, you're on fire today. Thank you, Todd. Thank you. Todd Rahulik with another one. Haven't been super active in the chats all year, but I've been watching to almost every pod for 4 years. And I just want to say thank you so much for all you guys and all the amazing work you do. The second I put on headphones, you guys are it. Hashtag 53 wins. I don't even know what to say to that. Because, like, I have my pods that I listen to, and, like, I don't know what I would do without those pods. So the fact that you're saying when you put in headphones, you listen to us is just, like, it's just wild to me. And I appreciate it so much. Thank you for listening, for making us a part of your life, and for obviously the generous contribution tonight. Man. Another one. This is from Foam Dome. Thank you, Foam Dome. Been lurking all season. Post games with J-Mac and GMAC, Benji breaking it down, and the Casual Friday crew. Y'all make the fan experience better. Thank you for all you do. P.S. Ben, P.S. We have Brunson. Hashtag 53 wins this year, 63 next. I like 60. I like the 63 wins prediction next year. I really like that. And again, Foam Dome, I mean, just thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're so honored to be able to do this for you and for everybody. Thank you. ML Nair, what's going on, ML? Salute to Jalen. Yes. He led this team brilliantly. At the end of the Knicks couldn't overcome their youth and playoff inexperience. I just hope the front office doesn't make any dumb moves like the 2013 front office. I don't foresee us making a Bargnani-like move. Yeah. Don't see it. I think they'll be smarter than that. Josh Kalu. What's going on, Josh? Thank you, KFS, for all your hard work you've done this season, all season. We all love the show and can't wait for what's to come in the future with you all. Thank you. Well, we're not going anywhere. Don't worry about that. Todd with another one. Regarding Randall, do we really need to get a true number 2 back to make a win for us? I think with Randall, there's a lot of addition by subtraction. That's a great question. It's a question that I think really focused on ahead of last year's trade deadline and last summer. Here's what I'll say. I don't think it's a discussion that we even need to have because I feel, and again, to come back and throw this in my face if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to have it thrown back in my face. I don't think this front office is going to trade Julius Randle in a trade for anything other than another star player. That is my gut feeling. I believe it with a great deal of conviction. And we could sit here and we could talk about whether that is the right approach or that is the wrong approach. I don't find it to be a discussion worth having when, again, I'm just fully convinced that of how the front office will operate. I guess theoretically, if you traded Randall for like something other than a star, I mean, if the right package is there, then yeah, absolutely. I think it's worth exploring, but I would have to see the package. Mark Fabros, thank you, Mark. My last super chat was a little negative. Someone else's message about losing their dad inspired me to bring more positivity. The best is yet to come with this team. Let's go Knicks. Thank you. Glad you brought some positivity, and thank you for the It's so generous. Everybody's being so generous. I can't get over this. I really was not expecting this tonight. Mark Fisher with another one. Best season in 20 plus years. Proud to be a fan. Yep. Best since 99 for me. That's just me. Appreciate you, Mark. Sam Garcia with another one. Actual last one. Okay, here we go. Thank you, KFS, for all the amazing content this season. As a Knicks fan since 2009, came in at a rough time, man. This is the most fun I've had watching this team, and I'm excited for what comes next. You should be excited. First of all, you got some good stuff coming up in your own life. I know that. And there's good stuff coming up for the Knicks. They got a lot. Again, with great power comes great responsibility. They have the power to make some big-time moves this summer, but they must be responsible with that power. Matt Tyson, not Mike Tyson, Matt Tyson. Thank you for the generous contribution, Matt. No shame in this loss. Completely agree. Heat took away almost everything we did to succeed this year, but because they couldn't take away Jalen, we were within striking distance of Game 7. Best Knicks season in 20 years. Appreciate all you guys do. Thank you. I'm loving all the commentary about the best Knicks season in 20 years. You know, I know some folks, perhaps even somebody producing this podcast right now, would at least want 12-13 to have a seat at the table to discuss the matter. And That was a great season, to be clear. It was a great season. This one is better because of the sustainability that we believe is in place. Or is possible, I should say. That's what makes it better. And also just the nature of the season. That season was like the least roller coaster season of all time because they got off to this incredibly hot start. They won the first 6 games. They won whatever they went over the first however many weeks of the season. And then they were like, okay, we got out in front. They were the ho-hum 500 team for like several months, and then they finished like world beaters. It was the least stressful and, quite frankly, in many ways, least memorable regular season in a long time. Good regular season. Anyway, okay. Todd with another one. Not having a black hole on offense who, sure, hits shots in the regular season when guys don't play defense, but doesn't try on defense and is owned on offense and pouts. I mean, again, it's all valid, Todd. It's all valid. I think it's a little negative for today. If you're someone that is like has decided or maintained, because you decided a while ago, that Julius Randle is not your cup of tea, and you would like to be done with the Julius Randle experience, you're not going to find anyone here who's going to push back in a significant way. Just won't. And then Todd with another one. Shout out to GMAC for patching my disjointed chats together.
You're welcome.
Heckmart. Oh, I haven't seen Heckmart in a while. Tough one. Bright future, though. Great job, KFS. Thank you, Heckmart. Appreciate you. Oh, my God. Another. What are we doing here? Mark Sable. Mark Sable, one of the OGs of KFS, friend of the pod, and amazing comic book creator and artist. Mark Sable. Disappointing end to the game, but proud of the team and hopeful for the future. Thanks to you, GMAC, and the whole crew for helping us get through the lows and appreciate the highs. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate your friendship. Appreciate your support. Yeah, it's been a good year. It's been a good year. Sam Garcia's dad, Ray. Oh my God, they keep coming in. Thank you, Sam Garcia's dad. Is it fair and reasonable to say to ask what would have happened if Robert Cross's number was 54 wins? Just kidding. A bummer of an evening that does not overshadow the best Knicks season in a long time. We will get that superstar, and our time will come. Well, we already have a superstar. That's the good news. Will we get that second superstar? I think it's going to be a fun offseason. That's what I'll say. Matt Zaluki. Matt with another one. For years, I watched the playoffs. Oh, wait, no, we got this already. Thank you. Ryan. By the way, Andrew, I don't care about narratives. If the Heat played a team full of war criminals next round, I might have to root for the war criminals. Hashtag Huck the Feet. That's a great hashtag.
So, like,
Huck the Feet.
That's a great hashtag. I saw people throwing out you can't spell cheat without heat earlier, and that was outstanding.
Pretty good.
So where we are with the Heat is like if it was the Heat against like the KKK, would we be like what's the levels of this we go to? You just went to.
I got news for you.
What?
If it's Heat Celtics, I'm rooting for Miami.
I'm rooting for Black Sunday.
Well, that's fine too, but like I don't like this Boston team. I don't like this Boston team.
I don't want to see the Heat win a title. I will personally, because I don't like the Miami Heat or
but if
fans.
it's them or Boston, you'd rather see Boston win a title?
Let me finish. What I was gonna say is like them making the finals though would help me personally, Ryan, take this loss down a little better, because then he would have outcoached another coach that I believe he's a better coach then, and I could just chuck it up to Spo rather than, especially if it's like the Celtics or the Sixers are going to be more talented than the Knicks. No matter who the Heat play in the next round, they will be playing a team that has more talent than them. The Knicks, while I believe went into the series with more talent, the Julius Randle of it all,
and Emmanuel Quickly.
Impossible to argue, and the Emmanuel Quickly of it all made it impossible to argue that. And look, the Mitchell Robinson of it all made it impossible to argue that.
It's a big one.
Point being,
it's a big one.
The Knicks kind of got neutralized as the series went along, whereas I don't believe either of the teams that the Heat are going to face in the next round have a real excuse to lose to this team, especially with what Jimmy became as the series went along. I don't know if the ankle is really a thing. He didn't shoot. I didn't notice a burst from Jimmy Butler though, which is even more why the frustrating double team.
He didn't have it. That's a massively frustrating part of this.
You know, they were treating him like Steph when he wasn't, like guarding him with these double teams at half court. So, but like Ryan, if you want to root for the war criminals, root for the war criminals. That's fine. I hate the Heat too.
I don't know why they defended him like that. Bernard with another one. So many seasons never made it to May 12th. Got that right. So many seasons never made it to April 12th. Andrew Palladino, 22 years old, and I don't even have to hesitate when saying this is my favorite Knicks team in my lifetime. Amen to that. Hats off to you, John, and KFS, and Andrew, and the KFS crew. Feels good to say we're back. October can't come soon enough for more KFS post games. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for the generous contribution. Thank you for already looking forward to October. I need a bit of a break, but the batteries will be recharged for October. Excited for that. Happy about that. And yeah, here we go. Giddy up, as they say. John Kaywood, love you, Captain Mac. Great season. Thank you. I'm Captain, my captain. HB Middleton. What does the HB stand for?
How about
Middleton? They don't have the money. I'm not signing. I'm not doing RJ Barrett in a sign and trade, and they don't want Julius Randle. Thanks, John. Jason M. John plus the KFS crew. Thanks for making this amazing season even better. What a roller coaster. Easy to forget how frustrating this team was early in the season. Oh, I don't forget it. I remember it like it was yesterday. 10-23, baby. Alex, Leon's physique is much closer to Arnold's than yours is to Jamie Lee Curtis's in True Lies, with all due respect. I don't have a response to that. Thank you, though. Deadwords 604. John, your Stephen A. rant is spot on. Glad it hit home. We all needed that anytime. I'm happy to rant on that any day of the week. Twice on Sunday. Hashtag John Macri fan club. I've the John Macri fan club. Come on.
Eloquently said.
Hashtag thank you, KFS.
You got a man that talks on here for a living speechless. Well done, Deadwords. Well done. So are the people that Robert Cross was alluding to that don't like you in the John Macri fan club, but they just like they're like
moles.
They're 75% of the way
they're moles.
in.
They're like oh my god, I don't know why this is the thing that popped in my head. In the guy in the last 3 Star Wars movies, in the last movie, there was the guy who was actually working for the rebels the whole time.
The John Boyega character? Or
no, it was like the blonde. I don't know. That movie was so bad, I've already erased it from my memory. But there was a guy that was like kind of 2-timing the Empire.
We're talking about the new trilogy, the Rise of Skywalker, trilogy. All them. Yeah. Gotta say, wiped all of them from The Last Jedi is fine, but the
I was about to say
trilogy.
No, the first 2 are actually enjoyable. The last one's trash.
The very forgettable, that trilogy. Although the TV part of Star Wars that's continued has been outstanding. So
I gotta catch up on Mandalorian season 3. I'm like 3.5 episodes in.
So I was referring to Andor, but
Andor's the best television thing I've watched in years.
I agree.
Yeah. Can't wait for the next season of that. Frank Miranda, what's up, Max? Your boy Frank from Patreon. If there's a world like Windhorst noted where they trade for 2 All-Star level players and trade both RJ and Julius Randle, or he thinks there's a world where they do that. I.e. Julius Randle for Paul George and RJ for Levine. Get creative. I don't think this front office is going to leave any stone unturned. I'll just say that.
We have clarification in the chat, by the way. You were referring to General Hux, played by Donald Gleason.
There it is. That's it.
There you go. And also Ryan with a follow-up. He goes, unfortunately, the KKK wouldn't stand a chance against Bam's illegal screens, so they wouldn't be able to walk. Ankles would be shattered. Ryan, that's a tremendous response.
That is a tremendous response.
Touche.
Alex, congrats to Josh Hart on the Twin Boys. God bless him. I'm glad he has an offseason to deal with these kids from when they are ages 0 to 5 months, because that is going to be hell. I hope he has help, like hired help.
How much money do you think Josh Hart is going to make this offseason?
Enough to hire hired help.
I think we'll be fine. Just
Twins, my God.
Pointing it out. You want to make John jump out a window.
If my wife got pregnant with twins right now, you couldn't find a window high enough for me to jump out of.
Congrats, Josh.
And you know who'd be right out the window right after
your
me?
wife,
Dolores.
Yeah. Man.
You out jumping out the same window, holding hands.
Mm-hmm. Thelma and Louise style.
Yes,
there you go.
That would be us if we found out we were pregnant at this point.
Mm-hmm. This is Frank.
Oh,
yeah.
Great season, KFS fan. Appreciate all you do. Thanks, Frank. Frank Miranda.
Frank from Patreon. Shout out, Frank.
Mark Fabros with another one. Thank you, Mark. One more for me. Just want to thank KFS for the great shows this season. Made the highs more thrilling and the lows more bearable. That's the goal, I think, right?
Yes. So we aim for here at KFS
to amplify / dull your fandom. Sam Garcia's dad, Ray, come on,
Jeez,
man.
Ray.
What are you doing, buddy? Oh, Jesus Christ. Shout out to that little pod Sam Garcia turned me on to many months ago. I'm happy you're part of the family now. There's literally nothing I would rather do after a Knicks win or loss than tune in and share the aftermath with you, Andrew, and the rest of the community. Thank you, KFS. Thank you, Ray, so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate your generosity. Appreciate your love for us. Appreciate your kind words. Appreciate your thoughtful comments throughout the year. Just thank you.
Cosign, Ray. Never had a chance to meet you. Never had a chance to interact with you the way John has. I sincerely appreciate your generosity and your contribution to the conversation here at KFS.
Jeff Guitars. Yes, that was earlier from there. Okay. Apologies if this has been brought up already, but why play Hart down the stretch over Grimes? I feel like we win with the starters. Grimes is better on Jimmy.
I can't go that far. I can't go that far.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fair game.
It also wasn't Jimmy that was killing them. It was Bam. So, if anything, so I did point out that he was going down with the ship of the 5-man unit that didn't work for the most part for the series. I can't point to that specific lineup decision and be like, that didn't work when nobody showed up tonight. John, to be honest, you're saying Hart over Grimes, Jeff. I thought RJ was the guy to pull. And it's like, are we benching RJ down the stretch in this game? Well, he did it in game 2, so he could have. I think he went with 5 that he thought he could trust. And with 2.5 left, he did sub Hart in for Grimes in for RJ. It didn't matter. One person was playing good for the Knicks tonight, and it was Jalen Brunson.
You look around in the postseason, Celtics questions which 5 should start the game, which 5 should close the game. Phoenix questions abound all season, all postseason. Warriors questions abound all postseason. Who's starting these games? Who's finishing these games? So it's not just us, It's not just us. These are tough decisions, and when you lose, you open yourself up to a lot of second guessing. Guy Hooper, then what's going on, Guy Hooper? All right, tried to call a win. Oh well. Despite my gripes, I'm extremely proud of this team and this organization. The future is bright. Build around Brunson. Amen to that. Will Oliver. Thanks, John and Andrew. When we lose, I don't want to talk to anyone. Sure, you guys are the same, but you show face night in and night out. That has not gone unappreciated. No, we don't take nights off here. It's not. It's not. It's not what we do. It's not who we are. We take this response. We take this. It's not a. We take this. Whatever this is, we take it very seriously. So.
Agreed.
Big B, Andrew, can you please clip John's Stephen A. rant? My goodness gracious.
I bookmarked it, Big B. Don't worry. I'm thinking about for tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be a lot of the day after type stuff, but I think there's a lot of celebratory Jalen Brunson stuff that should go first, and then a cosign of Mr. Macri's rant of one Stephen A. Smith.
Amen to that. All right. Busy. Robert Cross, you jinx. Next time, aim higher. Hashtag 98 wins. Next time.
Now we know.
Knowing is half the battle. Todd's talk about going out on the high note. Todd's all over this thing tonight. LOL. Twitter temp banned me for thanking Dolores.
So,
Twitter.
Todd, hit me up in the chat. Like, you don't have to make it super. I'll clarify. What does this mean? Like, you went to thank Dolores and Twitter, timed you out temporarily?
That's weird.
Yeah. I don't know, because her account is inactive. All this activity going her way. Again, it's Elon, so I have no idea what he's done with this website. That we changed our profile picture as an inside joke is meant to predicted fit that the Knicks would win in 5, and we weren't able to change it for 7 days. So
that's weird.
If Twitter did that, I apologize. Todd, just clarify what this means.
Sean with a W, the Knicks will be all right. Amen to that. Good comment. Thank you, Sean. Part of our team. Big part of our team. And then Todd with another one. Hashtag Robert W. Cross. Can I buy you a beer next time we're in San Diego? Well, he's not in San Diego anymore. Hashtag 53 wins. He is in Bend, Oregon, which if you have a reason to be in Bend, Oregon, I think you need to ask yourself some serious life questions. JJK44, excited to watch this young core grow, except for Julius Randle. See ya. Missed IQ in that JV lineup from hell. Thanks for another great season. KFS hashtag 53 wins. No, I missed IQ. They needed IQ this series. They couldn't. Such a big part of their team all year.
Even just to those minutes we were talking about, like they missed in these last 3 games. Those were the minutes I pointed to. The non-Brunson minutes, you know.
Philip Levin, longtime listener, and I'm damn proud to be a Knicks fan, as you should be. Brunson can have my firstborn child if he pleases. Thanks so much for the inspiring year, KFS. If I could just give my kid to Jalen, although my wife doesn't like being pregnant, so it wouldn't work either. You know what I found out the other day?
What'd you find out the other day?
That if you're a woman, you could get like a lot of money for like being a surrogate mom, like carrying a child.
Yeah, it's like an adoption.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Or like foster care, like you get money from the state for that.
No, I'm talking about like if like some people pay you to carry their child and then you give them the child.
Right. It's surrogates. That's like a government funded program.
I was talking about like if you're like a rich person, you could and you can't.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's different. They go outside.
If I was a woman, I would definitely let someone knock me up and carry their child for 9 months.
Hour 4.
I mean, it's a good source of income.
Good money. I hear you.
Can't be that bad. Joe Vogel. I know you're not a Cat fan. I'm not. But imagine the spacing for Brunson and RJ. The offense would be awesome, but would the defense be good enough with no Mitch? So this, to me, if we're really getting down to brass tacks, I think there's an argument that the Cat question is the most interesting of the offseason. Now, we don't know if the Timberwolves have any interest in moving Cat. There have been Cat rumors associated to Cat Knicks rumors for quite literally 2 years. And I know that it's been at least 2 years because I remember there was a Windhorse pod in which he vaguely alluded to like, oh, I know a star has their eye on the Knicks, but I'm not going to say who it is because I don't want to get aggregated. And then I remember somebody reached out to me who I trust completely and who actually does know stuff and was like, he's talking about Cat. Like, it's an open secret. And it is. I didn't need, like, nobody should need me to say that. It's like the Cat stuff has been out there. Like, is this a player that you would ever want to trust? You think you have frustrations with Julius Randle, man? I know Cat's a better offensive player, but man.
Joe, can I just read off some stats for you? So game 1 of the playoffs for the Minnesota Timberwolves against the Denver Nuggets this year, Karl-Anthony Towns went 5 of 15, 1 of 7 from 3, and had 11 points. Game 2, Karl-Anthony Towns went 3 of 12, 2 of 5 from 3, and had 10 points. He had 21 points in his first 2 playoff games this year. A year ago, in game 3, a pivotal game 3 that could have turned the series, the man went 3 of 4. 3 of 4, took 4 shots in that game, was a non-factor in 32 minutes, and had 8 points, 5 assists, 8 points, 5 rebounds. And this man is notorious for disappearing abs in the postseason.
And the stats don't tell the whole story for him. Yeah. You know,
like impact is a part too. Great regular season player would probably give you the same output as Julius Randle. That's not the guy you upgrade to. And somebody that's going to know that is Tom Thibodeau.
Someone's going to take a chance on that guy at some point.
Let the Hawks do it.
Maybe. All right. Daniel Barone, first-time chap, but long-time listener. Thank you for being aboard. Can we get the All Nova team with DiVincenzo and Bridges? Love KFS. Hashtag 53 wins. DiVincenzo, I think. Well, but that's an interesting one because he's going to be a real interesting test of the new CBA because that's a guy that, like, in years past, somebody's given, well, would somebody give him more than the mid-level? Maybe he is just a mid-level guy. It might just be a mid-level guy. He's a good player, though. Really good player. And the Warriors are going to have their own tax concerns. Bridges doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately. BK, thank you, Jay. Amazing season. Fought hard tonight. What a bummer that IQ from the last few months wasn't there. Missed his spark so much in the series. It's more than spark. He's the third best player all year long, and they didn't have him for 3 games. And really, they haven't had him the whole playoffs because he hasn't been great during the playoffs. It's been really tough. That's one of the other disappointing things about this playoffs.
Todd again.
Todd, man, thank you so much. I keep saying thank you. Regarding perspective, never 4 years ago did I think 62 and 100, down 62 to 100 to the Bucks with Fizdale and that goofy smile, would we be here? Hashtag Randall still sucks though. Randall was on that team along with RJ and
Mitch.
Oh, Mitch, that's right. Good call. Those years were so depressing. They were so depressing.
Mm-hmm.
We were so far from being respectable.
Top down, too.
It's very bad.
Yep.
Thanks, Todd, for everything tonight, man. Hoon Sung, fun year watching the Knicks. KFS. Thank you, Mrs. Macri. Mrs. Macri's been sleeping on the couch. She stumbled out here like a half an hour ago, and she's been just asleep on the couch ever since.
Shout out to
no idea
Lars.
We're talking about her. Yeah.
Man.
G-O. Thank you, G-O. Thank you. What a year. Thank you to the Knicks, Tibbs, and KFS. Folks will fixate on the second quarter lineup mistake, but knowing the Knicks and the modern NBA leads, the margin likely would have evaporated anyway. Knicks ex Jalen Brunson had plenty of opportunities, plenty of offseason talk to be had later. The future is bright. I really appreciate this comment so much, not only for the generosity behind it, but because of the sentiment behind it. The Heat were going to make a push. They were going to make a run. they were just really think they missed IQ there. Really think they missed IQ there. That's stinks.
Yeah.
And just sorry, how many times, beginning of fourth quarters, beginning of second quarters, did we see Emmanuel quickly just quickly with a floater, quickly with a three?
Look,
what he does.
Look no further than the Cavs series.
Yeah.
Like that. Like I know he didn't shoot all that well in the Cavs series, but they pulled away in the second quarter of the Cavs series, and then the fourth quarter of the Cavs of the game 3, and then the game 4. That second quarter when they put Deuce in because Grimes was out, and like I was talking to the chase down guys, and they were like, "That's when we knew the series was over." It's like this lineup with Deuce McBride is a +6 or 7, and I was like, "Oh, this is we're not ready. Like this is a learning experience series," which
now it is for us. Thank you, Gio. Appreciate the generosity so much. Now Sam Garcia's dad with another one. My goodness gracious, Ray. Thank you, man. Questions. Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
1, I know he's a point guard, but could Lillard and him work? I'm going to get back to that in a second.
Okay, sorry.
2, would Cam Reddish have been the difference maker? Absolutely. Meaningful minutes. JK Cam Hive. 3, do you think in his heart of hearts Kevin Durant wishes he came to the Knicks? I think not. I don't think Kevin Durant ever
He don't want the smoke.
He didn't want any kind of pressure.
No.
And 4, fuck the Heat. Okay. Lillard and Brunson. Is it a match that makes sense on paper if you're trying to win a championship? No. I'll even go a little further than that. I don't know that 2 high usage guards of that nature are meant to play together in the NBA. Like, we've seen the guard core that works. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson is the guy that could score 50 some odd points and take 7 dribbles. That's why that works. Jalen Brunson takes 7 dribbles for half of possession. And Dame Lillard is Dame Lillard. Like, he's not going to be Klay. Like, it's just to say nothing about the defensive issues that pairing would cause. I don't see it. Could it work? Yeah, I mean, sure, it could work. I just don't see it happening.
Here's my thought, Ray. I would rather this go more toward, can the Knicks do a better job building around Jalen Brunson than Portland has
Blazers,
around Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
Which, putting Dame next to him, Dame is great. Don't get me wrong. Not necessarily. If we're going for championship ceiling, I don't think that's the move. That's a fun regular season team.
Yeah. Matty Heads, thanks to KFS for a great season. Looking forward to the off-season content. Praying for the Mavs pick to drop to 11. It's payback for their BS tank move. How disgraceful. How disgraceful for Dallas. I mean, just the Heat are going to the conference finals.
That's why the Lakers are going to the conference finals.
Lakers are going to the conference finals.
They had 2 playing teams,
What a joke.
By the way, real quick, Todd's in the chat and he clarified, that Twitter made him be verified in order to reach out to Dolores. I don't know if anybody else has had that issue, but I hope you didn't. And I just this app continues to come crashing down, and I look forward to the day when John has to learn a new social media account.
No, don't hold your breath.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Chiba, I think I saw next.
Yeah, he's next.
Johnny Chiba, I owe you an email for several reasons. One, to say thank you for not the super chat, but for something else, which I'll get to. Hey, now, loss hurts worse because the team did not play the best collective ball for all 48 minutes. Agreed. Thank you, KFS. Great season and reason to believe. Thank you, Cross Ferratu. That's what that says, right?
Yes, So like not Nosferatu, like Robert.
Nosferatu.
Yeah.
There you go. I see now. 53 wins. Thank you for Dream Cream and Benji. Thank you, D Kuzi, who are keepers. Moving on, John. I would do rankings. I do Brunson 1. Then there's a Ocean. And then probably from there, it's honestly personal preference. I mean, at this point, keepers. I'd have probably RJ and Grimes in some order after that. Followed by Quickly. Yeah. Oh, I forgot Josh Hart.
Yeah, Josh Hart's in there.
Yeah, Hart's probably in the. I mean, realistically, they're going to keep Hart, but like Hart's in that group somewhere. Gio with another one. Okay, one off-season comment from me. Go for it. People need to understand how hard it'll be to get commensurate value for Julius. Yeah, bad series, likely not a championship player. But it'd be wiser to run it back. If there's no deal there, Gio, you're absolutely right. This is not a guy you trade for the ham sandwich. Not this summer. You don't do it. They won't. Yeah. Santiago Barrio Canal. What's going on, Santiago? Every single night through wins and losses, I know I have a place to make sense of our Knicks. Thank you, John, Andrew, Jeremy, Benji, and everyone. You are family. Thank you from Paraguay in South America. Thank you so much, Santiago. We're happy to keep you connected and feeling like a member of the family, which you are.
Thank you, Santiago.
Thank you. Robert Cross. Who's this? Who's this Robert Cross person? Curious for both of y'all's opinion. Do you guys like the plan or no? Hashtag 53 wins. Yeah, I love the plan.
I like the plan.
It's good for basketball.
I agree. Made really entertaining playing this season. And then, I mean, look no further than two teams that were in the play-in that are now going to be 4 wins away from the NBA Finals. It'd be hilarious if we get Lakers Heat.
How about the Lakers almost losing to the Wolves in that playing game?
Yeah, now 8 wins later, they're in the conference finals. LeBron, his 12th conference final, by the way.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the plan. Kevin, what's going on? Kevin McEwen missed the game. Students had a show tonight. Sucks that we lost. Yeah. I hope the show went well, though. I hope that the kids did great and had fun. Thanks for everything you all do, and happy belated birthday. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you, man. William Abu El Kassan. Proud of this team. Thankful for you guys at KFS. Great content for a great season. And quick shout out to Knicks Nation Germany. P.S. Just call me William. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks, William. And shout out to Knicks Nation Germany. And they're awesome. And they've been big time supporters and followers of KFS for a long time now. So that's good.
Cosign.
Josso focused. Hashtag last one for real. Couldn't sleep till I came back to see JCM close the season calling RJ a number 3 and hypothesized Julius trade. Now I'm angling to get some props. It's all you, Ja. You're the reason for all of it.
Yes, Josso focused with the win. For the
Ja
win.
is focused on the right things.
There
Joe
you go.
Vogel. Can't wait to watch Brunson play basketball again in October. Going to be a long summer. I guess on to playing. A lot of regards. Smite the Mavs. That's a big night for the Knicks.
It's going to determine our, well, not all of our coverage of the draft in Summer League, but it's going to have a lot to do with our coverage of the draft in Summer League. I'll say that much.
Thanks, KFS, for the great content. See you next fall. Shh. They're not going to make the pick, even if they get it.
I know, but if they have a pick, John, we can plan around it, is my point, like we did last year.
Yes.
Believe me, I know. That's why I have no expectations for the draft.
Cue the Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be.
I'm not going to be here.
Zip Davis, first year with KFS. I just cracked myself up. The first year with KFS. Thanks for making this season special. Thank you, Zip. That's a great name, also.
I agree. Great name. Back to Joe, real quick. So, I want to just clarify. I think Cat potentially is better in this series than Julius because of how bad Julius was. I just think like we have an empty stats Julius game to point to because like chat was getting on me like, okay, you cherry picked Cat stats, now list Julius's stats. I'm sorry, like the eye test also tells me that there's not an impactful player in Karl-Anthony Towns either. I think we would have the same frustrations with him if you were to go get him instead.
It's the opposite of the why not both gif.
Why not neither?
Bernard Richardson, Summer League is going to be so boring, and I can't wait. I wonder who's going to go to Summer League this year because Quickly's not going to go. Obi's not going to go.
That's a Trevor Keel showcase.
Sims will probably be there.
Jeez, year 3 player.
What?
Year 3 player? Oh yeah, no, it's a Sims. It's a Sims. It's a Deuce.
Go.
Yeah. Certain year 3 players go. Sims.
I
Deuce.
don't know if Grimes would go. I don't think Grimes.
Grimes is a starter. Grimes is a starter on a playoff team.
Yeah, I don't think Grimes would go.
Yeah, Grimes goes to Rising Stars games, not Summer League.
Kills time. Hashtag kills. Richie V, how picky do you think they will be about which star they trade for, or could it just be whoever hits the market? Great job this year, KFS. I'm writing about it for next week, so I don't want to say too much. You could probably group the stars into tiers. I think they'll be picky-ish. And I say picky-ish because I think if there's an opportunity to get a quote-unquote star, even if it's a star that they don't feel is going to put them over the top, but if they could get the star at a price that they feel is okay, and then have enough left over in the tank where they're like, all right, great. If this doesn't work out, we could easily pivot to one more star. I think they do that, but I really do think they should be kind of picky. I think they should be picky. Todd Rahulich, hashtag Julius lost at sea, hashtag we threw him there. Great. Hashtag 98 wins. Yeah, it's great.
I'm picturing the gif of Rafiki holding up Simba but throwing him.
Throwing in the thing.
But like instead it's throwing him into the sea.
This is awful.
Mm-hmm.
Todd with another one. Uno Mas, KD, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? I'm glad that we get to laugh at Kevin Durant at the end of the season anyway.
Can I just quote my stat that I kept hammering home on the Patreon pod?
Go ahead.
12 seasons he's played not on the Golden State Warriors, and in those 12 seasons he has won 12 playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great. That's all. Row 1 senior. Hey, John, these players reminded me of the 90 playoffs. Before my time, I'm familiar with them. Appreciate that reference. Meaning it's the beginning of an era of greatness. It's been a long time coming. Great year, KFS. It's funny, like, that was the beginning of the Ewing, whatever that, I was going to call it a dynasty, kind of win a championship to be a dynasty. But, like, if Brunson's here moving forward, I mean, shit.
Dude, what I wouldn't give for a decade of playoff appearances led by Jalen Brunson. Because that's what we got with Ewing, like 11, 12 years of we're going to be in the playoffs this year,
I would like for the team to win a championship before I die, ideally.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying,
ideally.
I think a guy you can build around like that is Jalen Brunson. All right, the next two are from Busy. He's got some constructive criticism about Tibbs.
Okay, here we go. Busy. Hope someone comes in with something more positive after this one, but I have to get this out. Yes, Tibbs drew up some creative play at the end for Grimes. Want him to get credit for that? Sure. Grimes missed it. Do you know why? Here we go. Because the lack of creativity was missing all year. We went up against a coach who prepared his others to show up just in case his stars don't. The Knicks don't have that sort of offense. They don't. That's not what they run. And they, I get the only. No, that's not the sort of play we've seen run for Grimes. But it was a good shot. It was a good look.
It's a corner three. He's like one of the best in the sport at that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it was
It's the opposite corner that he's great at, I will say.
I mean, it was off movement, but like, it didn't need to be off movement, but it kind of did. Like, I don't know. To me, this is one of those things where we're looking to pick something. We're looking to pick at something that maybe doesn't warrant being picked at, with the acknowledgement that Tibbs did a lot in this series that I think is a fair game. They had the third ranked offense in the year in the league this year,
and then struggled to score over a 6-game stretch.
Yeah, and that's instructive, and I think you do have to look at the reasons why.
Yeah,
I think there's a multitude of reasons.
Offensive rebounding disappeared. The turnovers this series. This is the biggest credit I give to Miami Heat. They just don't turn the ball over.
Totally.
Yeah,
that's fair though. Busy. I don't think it's crazy. Kevin Danishevsky, do the Knicks bring Rokas over if IQ is traded for a star? I don't think you're ever going to see Rokas in a Knick uniform, but I could be wrong. Fern, what's going on, Fern Rodriguez? Thank you, John. Thank you, Fern, for the generous contribution. Thank you for substituting for my core group of NBA friends from the 90s. Oh, well, glad I could do that. As we are all older / dads now, we don't get to talk Knicks as much. So thanks for filling in. # Dallas drop to 11. Let's get that trending.
Please.
Yeah, man. It stinks when you get older and you don't bullshit with your friends as much. I know.
Shout out to the group chat.
Yes. Jason Feldman. What's going on, Jason? When Spotify tallies it, KFS will be my most listened to pod this year. That's awesome. I always get honored when I see those things. I dream to see the Max out in the wild to buy John and Dolores around, and the Claudios too. Thank you all. We here to stay. Let's go next.
The Claudios. Jeez.
The Claudios. Coming soon. To somewhere near you.
Yeah, somewhere near you.
Somewhere.
I don't dox myself like you do. It's to somewhere.
Yeah. Somewhere Long Island.
Thank you. Why?
Queens.
Somewhere in the world. Yes.
Somewhere in the world.
There you go.
What is this?
So Mark S just has our biggest super chat of the night. He forgot his message though. Like he hit send before he did. I have his message.
What is his message?
Forgot my message. I've been a listener all season and this is way overdue. Thank you for the therapy sessions. I love this team. The value of this season will be determined by what we do next. Thank you, Mark.
Well, first of all, I think this is the biggest super chat we've ever gotten.
Ever.
I've been rendered speechless several times tonight, and just thank you. I really wish I had something to say other than thank you. It feels so inadequate for the generosity that people are showing tonight, and this is the most generous of all of the generous things. Read the last line that he said again. This season will be defined
by what we do next.
I could see people pushing back against that. And I don't think they should. Because part of the reason universally why everybody is like, this is better than 2012-13. Even though 2012-13, the team won 7 more games than this team. And had a guy finish third in freaking MVP. Third. 1, 2, 3. Everybody agrees this is better, or many people agree this is better, or think this is better because of sustainability and what's coming and the future and all that shit. If you don't take advantage of what lies ahead this offseason, that could really quickly go by the wayside. And the unfortunate reality is, with the NBA the way it is now, if you don't have a championship core, the notion that you could just, all right, we're gonna run it back and then just like be patient, like that's not the way salaries work now. You have to kind of push the issue at some point. Maybe this summer isn't the summer that they have to push the issue, but that's coming soon. And I just want to say that I agree with Mark wholeheartedly. I think the vibes from this season and the good feelings and the memories of the season will never go away. The positive impact of the season will absolutely be defined and measured by what they do this summer. That I want to say 1,000%.
Couldn't it work both ways?
How so?
So like, if you don't make the wrong trade.
Yeah, you don't want to make the wrong move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so like,
but that should go without saying. But like, so if you're telling me there's no correct trade there to be made?
If there is, and it's like, okay, well, you can have Zach LaVine if you want him.
It needs to be the right trade, and like bypassing the wrong trade, just like they did in essence last summer, like that can and will have value. I see. Look, it's a good discussion. It depends what's available. That's all. I find it interesting. That's all. Something I'm going to think about. LDS. Thank you, LDS. Just thinking about Scott Foster calling a double lane violation on a made free throw because he was bored in the fourth quarter. Took a point off the board. Yeah, I thought that at the time, and I was like, the Heat baited the freaking Knicks.
And that was... Heat... Go ahead, sorry.
No, because the Heat were going into the lane, and Hardenstein clearly was like, well, they're going into the lane, so I guess I got to go into the lane. And it caused and I bet you the Heat knew exactly what they were doing.
And the most frustrating part about that is like the biggest red flag at that beginning of the fourth quarter where they got into the penalty within the first 4 minutes was like, okay, they still haven't even tied it. And that shot would have tied the game. And then you go back, JB goes 1 of 2 at the line after the Heat make a shot. And they never seem to have to actually get to the tie.
Yeah.
And they were this close the whole fourth quarter, including the last offensive play when they were down 2.
Frustrating.
Yeah. We got 15 more, by the way.
Okay. Greg Moran. Thank you so much, Greg. I thought this went through earlier. Missed the ass man days. This is rough, but HBD. John. HBD, John.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, John. Late. And thanks to the whole KFS team for a phenomenal season. Love, JB. Thank you so much, Greg. Seriously, dude, you've been generous all season. This is the most generous of all the generous things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we all miss the ass man days. It's the ass man. Alex, I made it home. Awesome. Thanks to all the KFS fans plopping down these super chats. So I had John and Andrew keeping me company and awake on the long drive from the airport. Hashtag sustained success. I like that hashtag. Glad we were here with you the whole time. Hopefully it wasn't too bad of a drive. Got to come out to New Mexico to visit you one of these days.
Or come to New York.
What?
Or come to New York. Like we're all here. So
yeah. Herco Digic. Try that. Thanks, J Mac and the KFS crew for yet again a great season of content. Thank you for consuming it. You are a bunch of lovely dudes. Oh, thank you. Much love from the Netherlands. Man, the Netherlands, another place. I would love to go to the Netherlands. I don't know what I would do there, but I just want to go.
Couple more super chats and maybe we can send you.
No. Not today. Someday maybe. We'll see. Todd with another one, picking up the slack for Robert Cross tonight. Man, you are the new Robert. You have to carry the torch here. Jason Feldman, haiku, not now. Unhinged in the newsletter, please. Yeah, I what time is it? 2:30. Yeah, I will not be writing a newsletter for tomorrow. I'm gonna take the weekend to. I will put out a Substack chat at some point tomorrow morning with some thoughts.
That's a lie.
What?
I know John Macri. You're gonna write something. It might not be immediately after this. You might go to bed.
Oh, I will be going to bed, and then at some point, maybe tomorrow, I'll put some out. I actually may wait, or maybe I'll just have it out for Sunday. I don't know.
He's going to write something tomorrow, and you're going to read it. So don't worry, Jason. I know John entirely too well. I know. It
depends. It's a crazy day tomorrow. My daughter has a birthday party. But yeah, if there's a will, there's a way. All right. Busy. Still curious. Busy. Thank you, Busy. Still curious on how many more super chats is needed till you stop teaching those brats. Man. What? I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. It's a good place to
We'll
leave
see.
it.
We'll see. Alex, we must be 4 hours in by now, and I haven't yet thanked KFS for the great content. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Can't wait to hang virtually in the summer. Yeah, we'll do that soon.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Alex, another one. As Michael Scott said, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. This is the third one of these, Alex.
It's the. Did you watch The Office?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is now the funniest part about this. We've got this quote attributed to 3 different people.
It was
And-
attributed to.
So somebody just said it, like, just said the quote, and then someone attributed to the original person that said it, Michael Scott, Dr. Seuss, and then I just did the joke of how Michael Scott quotes himself when quoting somebody else.
I don't remember that Office line because I only watched The Office once. But
so you don't watch The Office?
No, I watched it through once.
You watched it through once. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not as like, there are people that I have a friend who could like quote any episode verbatim like it's the Bible. So yeah.
Never quite got there. I love it though. Jason Feldman, Game 5 was all I needed for closure on the season. I needed Game 5 as well.
Yeah, 8 more.
All right, Todd. Hashtag let's go war criminals. Todd, you're a madman tonight. Todd with another one. Hashtag John Macri fan club. Hashtag 100% of the way in.
That's just. Do you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did.
Sorry, it's late.
Hayden, I heard it. Hayden Freed. Wait, so the Heat are playing their fans in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Oh my God! So the Heat are playing their fans at the ECF because I said they're playing the KKK. I think that joke would be more appropriate if he said they're playing the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes.
Yeah. But appreciated.
Zach Horowitz, Terminator Timeline just started the post game. If anybody hated on the JB for that last play, they have just signed up to wrestle me in the streets. Nobody's hated on him for it. Thank God.
Thank God.
Yeah. Just so focused. Stayed on long enough to hear the twin discussion, but haven't heard my props yet. I like Jay Hart. I am a father of twins. Or I like Jay Hart. I'm a father of twins. Send compliments to me, please. Hashtag last one. God bless you, Ja. Speaking of father, my youngest is up.
Oh, got 4 more. Let's get you out of here.
All right, Jay. Tibbs at his worst playoff game as coach. What do you see, Macri? Seriously. What did he do well tonight? Doubling Jimmy Jordan, that created offense. Well, Jimmy Butler's pretty good. It was a choice. He didn't score 100 points.
I think, Jay, I think game 3 was his worst game of the series. I actually thought he was grasping because of how poor the rest of his roster was, which is why I thought you saw more Josh Hart minutes than you got the last 2. I understood him trying to hide. Like, can I actually give you a tactical Tibbs praise that nobody wants to hear, but we're 4 hours into, who cares? Sure. Like, Brunson gets that cheap foul at the end of the second, right? And there was a concerted effort in that third quarter to have Julius run the offense, because the last thing you need is like a Max Strus taking a charge or a Kevin Love or a Gabe Vincent. And it was like a concerted effort to both rest Brunson while on the court, but then also have him avoid fouls. And I was watching him on defense. Every time the Heat player had the ball, Brunson's on the other side of the court guarding. Like, we were so frustrated that he was guarding Max Strus for so long. This was a concerted effort to be like, you're on the other side of the ball of the court when whoever has the ball. We're not letting you get your 4th foul going into the 4th. And as a result, Brunson entered the 4th quarter with 3 fouls. I thought that was a concerted game plan that they went with, an adjustment that they were like, we clearly can't sit you the rest of the game. That's something I thought was done well. If You want to get upset about the ISO? You can. It's been that way all season.
I just
didn't work in particularly, but
like
I thought that was one thing that they did well.
I'm gonna zoom way more out. How many people have come on here and talked about the most proud they've been in a Knicks team in 20 years?
Mhm.
And that's because a lot of Knicks teams, most Knicks teams, just don't give a shit. They didn't care at all. And in this playoffs, we just watched a defending champ a couple hours ago, whatever it is now, lay down and die. We watched a team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker lay down and die. Probably go through some other teams this postseason that we watched lay down and die. Like, Tibbs guys, all they do is fight. All they do is get up for games and fight. And they come out with a game plan. And yeah, you criticize the game plan. It's fine. But they have a game plan and they execute it. And that's the part that I always kind of harp on. And that's the part that I wish certain people, wouldn't take for granted. That's all.
That's why I pointed to game 3 as the game that I would criticize them the most for. Whatever the game plan was, I hated it. But tonight, I don't think there's that much smoke for him. I think Jay only had enough room for this so many characters and chose this for what he said. So he might feel everything you just said, appreciative for even being in the second round, but chose to get this off. I think you can be appreciative that we're in the second round while acknowledging, to Jay's point, that, as you said, doubling Jimmy Butler 6 games in.
I didn't like it.
Frustrating.
I didn't like it, and it didn't work. And
it
contributes to the loss, and he's got to own that.
Yep.
But to be like, what did he do well?
He's talking about tonight, and that's why I answered that question.
Yeah, but even so, it's all part of the same puzzle. You can't pick and choose.
Next up,
Sam Mercy's dad with another one. Ray, you really are nuts. Andrew, you're the man. We share so many other heartbreaking teams. I feel like we are kindred spirits. Hope to meet you someday soon. By the way, can we take 10 seconds to laugh at the Brooklyn Nets who owns town? Laughing at the Nets at 2:30 in the morning. I love it.
Man, I honestly only got like 6 or 7 seconds for them because they don't matter anymore.
They don't matter. Matter less, almost as little as Stephen A. Smith. Alex, could Tibbs coach up LaMelo Ball to 85% the defender that Lonzo was? I don't. That's interesting. Need someone with size and passing. Anthony Black in the draft. Do we need shooting more? I don't think they're getting another point guard. Do we need shooting more? Functional shooting, yeah, but they need more shooting, sure. Jostle Focus. John, this team is better than 12-13, and I love that team. That team's number 2 was J.R. Smith, who was great, but wouldn't be that here. Also, the league is better. The league better? Yeah, I think the league is better.
League is much better.
But that team, I don't know. That team was really good
for its year. Yeah.
If you take out the first 23 games of this season, then I think the teams are on par. That's fair.
That was one of 2, by the way.
Yeah,
as you put
and then the next one from Ja. Love that team, but they went out sad. Yeah, they did. Also, what they did next didn't invalidate the season, so why should what this team does next matter? Well, I think it matters because we're all hoping this is the beginning of something. That's all.
That was the culmination, Ja. Like, I love that team. Even I had to admit at the end of the Cavs series, like, this is such a different feeling that this young team as an underdog, beat the Cavs, like ran over the Cavs, and there's so much potential now with where they go from here. So that's why. 2 more.
Ryan Wong, go war criminals, go war criminals, go.
Go war criminals, go war criminals, go war. There you go.
Oh man, we're sticking with the ninja rap. And then,
we're going with the go New York, go is what we're doing. That's what I was doing, at least. The Knicks theme.
Well, you were doing it to the beat of Go Ninja Go. All right. Lucas. You have made KFS. You've made being a Knicks fan bearable over the last few years. JB feels like the prize after years of misery. Yeah, it is like winning the lottery with this guy. Lots of love for my Knicks family in Melbourne, Australia. Stay classy, Knicks fans. I'm Jonathan Macri.
Lucas, you rule, my friend.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
So that's
yeah.
great. I'm asking, we have one more super chat. I'm asking one more person. This is the only time I've ever done this. Send in one more because I don't want to end like this. We need to end on a positive note.
Will Oliver, fan behavior outside MSG, Randall has been gross.
I don't know what's going on outside MSG. I don't know if they're like burning his jersey or something. I just, it can. Let's end it on a positive
chat
note.
Or something.
Not here. Josso focus to the rescue. Wait for it.
There we go.
Hold on. Wait for it. There we go. Last one.
We can compartmentalize the thoughts. This team is the best team in 20 years. This team gives us so much hope for what is coming next. Agreed. Amen to that. All right. Now we're done. I'll just say one more time. I've said it so many times tonight. I can't say it enough. I could sit here for another 4 hours and just keep repeating it, and it wouldn't be enough. Thank you to everybody for obviously tonight, for the generosity tonight, for I mean it when I use these words intentionally, for allowing us to do what we do, because it wouldn't, if a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody there to hear it, doesn't make a sound. Well, if couple of guys, couple of Knicks fans talking to a mic and there's nobody there to listen, it's like you guys are here for this, and it gives us the motivation to put in the time that we do, because we do feel like we are making making an imprint on something that we love, and that we're doing work that we feel proud of and are happy to do. And again, that's everybody, all of you guys make that possible. It's hard sometimes, but it's so worth it, and you guys make it worth it. And as far as this next season goes, I mean, I'll do a more comprehensive kind of postmortem with Jeremy when I talk to Jeremy this weekend. But, in short, this has been a great year. It's been a fun year. There's been a lot of amazing memories from this year. There's been a lot of downs this year. My goodness, have there been some downs, some really, really low periods where we thought we weren't going to be able to get out of it. And, I do believe this is a special team in some ways, and I do think it's important what they do this summer to build off of it and to make it step one of something else. So we'll see if they could do that. On that note, Andrew, anything else from you?
Yep. Two more.
Alex, love this team. They love you. And then Joseph J. Oh, my goodness. I know where this is going. Okay. My mother was a diehard Knicks fan during my mother's cancer battle. This pod is what gave us great content to talk about until she passed. Rest in peace, Mom. Be proud of this team. Thank you, KFS. And, of course, happy Mother's Day. Well, guess that's the way to end it, right? Yeah. Man, Joseph, thank you for that. Glad we could do that for you. And ties the bind. Sports or something else, huh? It's why we put ourselves through this, right? Because you're not, it's a choice. It's a choice. It's what brings us together as a family. As families. And yeah. That's all I got. All right. On that note, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Love you. And we'll be back Well, we'll be back with more funny games next season, but we have a whole host of off-season content as well. So stay tuned for that. And that's it. Got nothing else.
Sincerely, thank you, Joseph, and everybody for your generosity. Yeah, it's just really appreciated. This is my dream job. I get to talk about a basketball team and work with some really cool people, and I get to meet some cool people like you too. So, thank you. We can sign off there.
Good night. Good morning.